hello there. Are you writers? Well, I hope you have your pencils sharpened, your pens filled with ink, and you've stretched out your fingers so they're nimble on the keyboard. Because I Should Be Writing will be starting at noon Pacific Time sharp. See you there. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Why? Because I Should Be Writing will be starting soon. Get ready. I can feel it. In my little felt heart. I Should Be Writing will be starting very soon. Derek will be live. Get your ideas ready. I see there's a digital writer's room that's going to happen too. Can't wait for you to be a part of it. Sharpen your pencils. Sharpen your mind. I Should Be Writing will begin soon. Look at you out there online being writers. I'm so excited for you. I hope you're ready for the rest of your writing day. I'll see you on the stream. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Why? Because I Should Be Writing will be starting soon. Get ready. Oh, hello there. Are you writers? Well, I hope you have your pencil sharpened, your pens filled with ink, and you've stretched out your fingers so they're nimble on the keyboard. Because I Should Be Writing will be starting at noon Pacific Time sharp. See you there. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Why? Because I Should Be Writing will be starting soon. Get ready. I can feel it. In my little felt heart. I Should Be Writing will be starting very soon. Derek will be live. Get your ideas ready. I see there's a digital writer's room that's going to happen too. Can't wait for you to be a part of it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Nice to have you here. My name is Derek Nicola. I'm a writer-producer here in Los Angeles, California, and this is I Should Be Writing, my live stream writing sessions and digital writers room. So if you're here for that, you came to the right place. If you're interested in writing at all, hang out with me for a little bit. See if this is your deal. Happy to have you here. Before we get started, usually I like to go ahead and talk about some of my favorite topics involved in writing. And over the holiday, I got a little curious about what was actually happening in the brain. Lovely wife, everyone. What was actually happening in the brain while we're writing. And maybe this is, let's give her a minute. But still happy to have you here. Make sure to drop a hello in the chat. Bye. So I was curious about what was happening in the brain when we're writing from like maybe a biohacking point of view. This is what's happening while you're writing. You're using both hemispheres of your brain. You're using your side that you use when you use your imagination, you daydream, and you're also using a control side, your executive judgment side, the thing that you use when you're fixing things up, like punctuation or making structure decisions. Either way, all of that stuff is eating up energy. Your brain is a muscle. So what can we consume to make our brains healthy for writing? Mediterranean style eating. Lucky me, it's kind of my diet already. Plants, nuts, olive oil, fish. The omega-3 fatty acids are really good for giving your brain a boost. Also, don't forget water. Dehydration can really mess with brain functionality. So if you want brain fuel, aim for protein, fiber, and also stay hydrated. Also, coffee and tea kind of helps too. So delicious. Let's see, let's check the chat. Oh, sorry, I forgot to put up the YouTube. Let's see if the chat is there too. Everybody's recovering from their holiday. I know I am. Wifey got a little sick. Let's see if the chat is there too. Whoops. Everybody's recovering. There we go. Okay, perfect. Now I can look at everybody. Yeah, the holiday was very gloomy over here in Los Angeles. A lot of rain, a lot of dark skies, which is great for writers and the ambiance of writing, getting into your soul and feeling very dashboard confessional. But I don't know, if you're like me, maybe you had a lot of family obligations, you had a lot of stuff to do. I was working a lot as well. I didn't get to do as much writing as I had hoped. I ended up journaling more than I did writing on my projects. So at least I got to adhere by the write every day standard, but not on the things that move the needle forward, so to speak. So here. Meowfa, welcome to the chat. Thanks for watching. And also, where's that dinosaur? Where's that little dance? Yes! Yes! Ah, I'm back. I finally feel back. The little dancing dinosaur from Meowfa is really all I meant it for. Most people think, oh, you're on Twitch or something, you're in it for the likes, you're in it for the subs. No. I'm in it for the little dancing dinosaur. Okay, so I'm going to knock out some vertical videos. I know, it's kind of weird, but I don't care. I'm going to do it. I had some stuff to talk about. Also, like on my little journey of like, hey, what's happening in the brain whenever I write? Is I came across the shower effect. What happens to you whenever you're in the shower while you're writing? It's called the incubation effect. So you work really hard, you get stuck, then you step away, and your brain just keeps quietly reorganizing the mess behind the curtain, almost like we suspect it does whenever you sleep. Um, there's there's something called the incubation effect, which helps for divergent and creative problems. So I guess the advice from that would be like if you're getting stuck, don't push harder, just kind of maybe push sideways, which is go for a walk, do the dishes, take the shower, do your easy errands, and let your wandering mind time increase. That way, it can create new connections. And sometimes, like when you see writers doing what I'm doing, like just pacing around, I do that whenever I'm thinking because I'm literally trying to give my brain space to make new connections and not force them out instantaneously. It is supposed to be a smoother process. So I guess that's what I want to say. But how would I summarize that? Let's say I learned about the incubation effect, which is that period of time when you step away from a creative or divergent problem that you're trying to solve in order to allow your brain to make new connections. So if you're struggling with a creative problem, don't try and push forward, maybe push to the side. Go for a nice walk, do some low impact errands that you have to do, dishes, laundry, take the shower. You always get really creative ideas when you're in the shower. And what it does is it allows your mind to create new connections. Use your wandering mind, the mind that you have whenever you're out on a walk or in the shower, to help you problem solve as opposed to trying to force something out. Okay, thanks for watching, and be sure to like and subscribe and watch my YouTube channel for longer content. Thanks. Let's see. And then let's talk about how constraints don't kill creativity. Okay, like everything else, I have to kind of talk this out before I say what I want to say in a concise way. But sometimes the blank page can be intimidating because it looks like, hey, I have infinite options. Creating limitations is a way to focus your search space, your mind space. Like research on creativity constraints talk about how limits can narrow choices in a way that helps you make better, faster decisions. So if you're struggling with just coming up with an idea or brainstorming, or you're staring at your blank page, give yourself some fun little handcuffs, like pick one location, use only 2 characters, say I can only use 10 lines to create this scene, or even something fun like this scene has to end on a lie. Then your brain stops kind of wandering the entire universe and starts hunting inside of a smaller sandbox. And then suddenly ideas show up, and then, oh, this is the game kind of epiphanies happen. And here's a hot take. You know, most writer's block might be stemming from the fact that you gave yourself 0 rules. Okay, so let's turn this into a little video for later. Thank you for your patience. Constraints do not kill creativity, they just help you aim it. Most writers fear the blank page. Why? Because you have infinite possibilities at your fingertips. And the reason that we don't come up with anything is because our mind is searching an endless universe for answers. However, if you give yourself limitations, it will allow your mind to come up with better, faster answers because you're limiting the search area that your mind has to wander. So if you're ever feeling stuck, if you're ever looking at a blank page and feeling intimidated, so if you're ever feeling stuck, if you're ever looking at a blank page and feeling intimidated, give yourself some boundaries. Give yourself some fun boundaries. Pick one location. Use 2 characters. One character always has to lie. I can only use 10 lines of dialogue to make this scene happen. Suddenly, after you give yourself rules, your mind's going to start having those, aha, this is how I do this moment. And, ooh, this is a really great solution. Give yourself a problem to solve as opposed to hoping that the universe sends you an answer in all of its eternal creativity. Here's a hot take. Maybe writer's block is just a lack of giving yourself rules. I hope it helps. Be sure to like and subscribe and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thanks. Okay. Scroll Soul, you're back on, baby. Hey, happy to have you here. Scrolly, scrolly, scrolly. How was the holidays? Also, I mean, if you're not lurking, I'd love to hear about y'all's holidays. I think they're really interesting, and I think that they are a really great component. Or I say component. I think they're a really great writing tool, right? Usually, it's a reason for us to gather around friends and family who have different perspectives, who speak differently than we do, who have interesting dialogue, interesting, unique dialogue. If you're ever in your head and you're thinking, how do real people talk? Christmas or like holiday, New Year's, whatever it is, gathering is a really great place to study people. And not to mention, even if you don't like getting together with your family per se, those dynamics are something you could be writing down and putting into a script, a screenplay, a story, write a poem about. Why? We're compelled to like characters and invest in characters and relationships. So if you have a relationship that you don't like, but you're forced to participate in it, maybe using it as a way to create some stories, some drama. Holidays have been all over the place, haven't they? Tell me about it. Planes, trains, and automobiles. Excellent. I love it. I love planes, trains, and automobiles, and I've always tried to find. I think you can. I think I found it in the past, but it's kind of hard. The John Candy monologue that got cut down, and it was, Steve Martin kind of started reading it in the Steve Martin documentary. He had one of his earlier drafts. Really beautifully written. I really miss John Hughes style films. And John Hughes, I guess. I didn't know him personally, but I really did like a lot of his work. And I'll tell you the Christmas movie that I watch every year, A Muppet Christmas Carol. Every year. And every year I love it. It has never really gotten old, and I feel like every year I kind of learn something new about it. Like it's really one of my favorite, I thought, jokes, and I've never actually read Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, which I should because it's really short. I I love whenever Gonzo at the end is saying, "Spoiler alert for anybody else who has not seen A Christmas Carol," but Gonzo's line, "and Tiny Tim, who did not die," the way that he delivers that always made me chuckle. I didn't realize that is a direct line from Dickens, and he wrote it exactly that way. And to see it in the text and then see Gonzo just ham it up delights me to no end. Let's see. Oh yeah, I wanted to do another little writing video. What is it? It's 12:17 over where I am. Okay, we got time. I wanted to talk about like another little brain hack for writers, which is I heard somebody say that handwriting is always better, but I think the truth is like everything, there are no absolute. It depends, but I do think handwriting often nudges your brain into better processing. So I found a study online. From PubMed, I guess. I don't know how legitimate it is, but it said that laptop note takers tended to type more verbatim, and they did worse on conceptual questions in some conditions, likely because copying isn't the same as understanding. And I thought that was so interesting. But the advantage shrinks depending on the task and how people use the tool. So, whatever you end up doing, you shouldn't. The takeaway is you shouldn't be transcribing your thoughts. You should be translating them. So summarize things in your own words. Add diagrams, pictures, boxes, arrows, and that's kind of the way to maximize your handwriting versus typing. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm going to try and make a video out of it. I just thought it was interesting. Here we go. Is it true that handwriting is always better? Well, like in life, there are no absolutes, and it really depends on the task that you're using handwriting versus typing for. And it really depends. Sorry. You know what? Let me try one more time. Is handwriting always better? The truth is, there are no absolutes. It's a mixed bag, handwriting versus typing. It really depends on what you're using it for. There is a study out of PubMed that says that handwriting is slightly better for processing, and that a study conducted shows that most people who type to take notes often write verbatim, while handwriting forces you to process things just a little bit more. So the takeaway is that you shouldn't be transcribing your thoughts. You should be translating them for better processing. I just found it interesting. I don't know if it helps or not, but I thought, hey, why not share with the world? I hope you can like, subscribe. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thank you. Feel like that one was a mess, no? Whatever. Let's see. This is the original Christmas Carol. Yeah, the Muppets. The Muppets were the original Christmas Carol. My hand hurts too quickly from writing. It does, but it's another muscle that you kind of build, right, Scrolls? Like, you do anything. Um, like, I couldn't jump rope for a long period of time, but the more I stuck with it, the more I would like, oh my God, I would jump rope according to like songs and that I was listening to in my AirPods or whatever. And I realized like, oh my God, I just jumped through like 2 whole songs without stopping. It was crazy. And I used to stop at like the chorus of one, catch my breath, go back in. I think dictation is interesting as well, but you miss punctuation elements. You get a lot of that natural yabber, ums, pauses, and you can see what your natural voice sounds like, so it's easier to catch redundancies in your own voice, I think. Fix it in post. I will. You know, that is true. Like, the ums, the stammering. I guess it goes back to, I guess what I said. It depends on what you're using it for. If you want hyper naturalistic dialogue and it feels like you're fooling the audience into thinking that this is more of a documentary than a movie, or it feels like this is just really capturing 2 humans in a room. It's so natural. It's so natural. Yeah, absolutely. But also, on the flip side of that, we are making, 90 to 120-minute movies now. And sometimes the polished product is just as impressive, where everything feels like it's moving really fast and everything is clever or feels like poetry, or every scene contains like a profound statement, and we're not always profound in every single moment. I mean, have you not been paying attention to the earlier Twitch stream here? I mean, my goodness, I don't happen upon, um, see, there we go. I don't happen upon great ideas often or whenever I need to. But yeah, I think part of the video was true, I guess, which is different tools for different projects, right? Makes me think of Arthur Miller and his ability to make people talk over each other in playwriting form, and it makes it sound really true to life. People talk over each other all the time. And until then, was it Arthur Miller? Oh my God, or maybe it's not. It's been a while since I've been in theater, in my theater class. But you were a slave to the structure. You would write linearly, and then somebody had the audacity to write dialogue side by side, or to note how dialogue should be written as to indicate where the other character should cut the other character off and start talking over them and say their line. Just a lot of beautiful ways to do it to sound naturalistic. Oh, you got the barefoot shoes? Yeah, I had those for a while. The Vibrams. It's so weird how we believe in something like, oh, this is gonna give me great. Um, it's gonna make my foot stronger. Blah blah blah. And then the next year I'm wearing Hokas now because I'm getting older and I spend a lot of time on my feet at work and have a heel spur and all this kind of stuff. Natural combo is boring. Dialogue is the stuff I wish you would have said in the moment, but only thought of it 2 days later. It was like for all the characters I've heard. Oh, Vivo Barefoot. Interesting. I want to look. I'm always interested in these new shoes. Oh, I have seen these. I have seen these. Cool. Yeah, how do you like them? I'm curious. Or you're getting them, you said. You just got them. Sorry, I'm rereading. Okay, I'm curious as to your review. You know, we spend so much time on our feet. So important to take care of them. It's nice, too big. Okay. All right. All right, keep me updated. Let's see. I got a little time. Maybe we can knock another one out. Oh, yeah. Let's see. I was going to talk about how a really great tool for writers is actually sleep. I think about that Killian Murphy GIF. I love sleep. I love it. But there's a bunch of research showing that REM sleep improves creative problem solving and it boosts performance and things that you probably already know. But if you look at REM sleep as like an overnight writer's room, it gives you permission to step away from a project, close your eyes, and allow your brain to make new connections in the morning. So if you an exercise that you could do would be before you go to bed, you could write down one question. What's the most honest choice my character could make next? And then sleep. And then in the morning, if you free write for about 3 minutes without judging, you're basically collecting the notes that your brain has made in REM sleep. Give it a try. Oh, I should record that. Sorry, I'm gonna record that. You'll enjoy this. One of the best tools a writer can use is sleep. During REM sleep, our brains connect dots that we wouldn't in our waking life. So if you're ever feeling stuck on a particular problem, what I like to do is this. Before I go to bed, I'll write down the question that I'm struggling with. I'll give you an example. Example question. What is the most honest choice my character can make? And then I'll go to bed. I'll let my brain basically conduct an overnight writer's room in my subconscious. And then whenever I wake up, I try to free write for 3 minutes. I free write honestly and without judgment. And in that moment, I am basically collecting the notes from what my brain was thinking about all night. Maybe that will work for you if you're feeling stuck as well. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thank you. My gosh. Scrolly says, something. Need to test them on the hill, downhill, walk will tell a lot for show. Another film I was watching, can't remember it, but they did talk over each other. Love that mechanic. Yeah. You know who does that well is Noah Baumbach. Will do that pretty well, I think. I'm trying to think the last Baumbach movie I just watched. Was it? I think I watched Jay Kelly on Netflix. And he's really good with that kind of dialogue. Let's see, actually I had a dream the other night that ended up in an argument with my pops over something I knew would end badly. And it surely went the way I thought it would go. It was a dialogue scene now that I think back on it. Yeah, right? It does. Dreams are, it's so funny how different people dream. Um, there's someone in my life who has really, really banal dreams. People dream that I was standing in line at the grocery store to ring in the bananas for the cashier, and then somebody cut in line, and it made me angry. And then I woke up, and there are other people who were like, I was a pilot on a 747, and then terrorists hijacked it, kicked the door down, and then we fought over the controls. And I'm like, whoa, I can't believe that. Can someone can really dream that they're an action hero, and someone can dream that they're just going grocery shopping, and the height of it was that someone may have cut them in line. Mm. Okay, let's hope that helps, huh? Gonna have to start live writing soon, and I need to shake off the holiday cobwebs. I don't know, is everybody else feeling a little rusty out there? Is it just me? I just took, 1 week off, and it feels like I'm walking through mud here. Holidays are the hollow way out. Holy way out. It screwed my working mind. Yeah. Yeah, but honestly, too, like, maybe good. One thing that I've been struggling with, too, is spreading myself too thin. There's work that I want to get done. And, the older we get, the more we start to place value on other aspects of our lives, our relationships, our hobbies that bring us joy, our time outside with nature, the time that we spend being charitable. A lot of times, and I guess in America, in late stage capitalism, in this hustle culture, in this money driven society, we're always grinding, right? And while it's a way to live, it's no way to live. Think about what I would do with that money. If I had an infinite amount of money, and I think it would be something along the lines of like, well, I'd stop working so effing hard. But I could just stop working so effing hard, and I know, and still have very little money. Like it is the ability to reprioritize the things that are important to you in a way that makes sense for your own life is what I'm projecting onto you. These are actually my own selfish thoughts. Mm. Yeah, that's it, Scrolls. I agree with you. Like, I want to be available for my family. I want to talk to my parents more. I want to spend more time with my wife, and I want to go on longer walks with my dog, and I want to see the world. Like I get stuck behind screens quite a bit. Travel the world in my imagination, but I'd actually like to go there to some of these places. Okay. Keeping myself healthy with the little green juice, baby. Let's see, is there any other kind of video that I wanted to do today before we wrap it up and actually start the writing, right? Before we rip the Band-Aid off? Have I talked about flow state yet? So the flow state is actually something that we can trick our brains into getting into. There's been a lot of research into flow state, and you can invite the flow state by doing a few things whenever you're writing. You can make your next target small and clear, meaning, like, I'm going to write this argument, not act one, right? That's what I mean by tiny, clear, a clear objective to accomplish. You can remove interruptions, because a flow interrupted is not a flow, right? So turn your phone on airplane mode and, put on your noise canceling headphones. And then the key thing too is also to pick something that's slightly difficult but not impossible, right? So if you're feeling bored, you need a challenge. But if you're anxious, shrink the goal. And you should be able to kind of ebb and flow those two things until you find something that you feel is challenging, excites you, and you can get done. And then when you start, that amount of challenge, that amount of clarity should put you into a flow state, which is why outlining is so important. Okay, I just said it all, but I needed to hit record. Let's talk about tricking your brain into the flow state. You're probably already familiar with the flow state, but there is a way to make it happen for you when writing. Number one, pick something challenging but accomplishable. You don't want to write the entirety of Act 1. You want to write this particular argument. Shrink your goals into something manageable. Then remove interruptions. It's not a flow state if it's interrupted, right? So put your phone on airplane mode. Get some noise canceling headphones. Here's a key thing that most people don't do is pick something that's slightly difficult, but not impossible. You're not going to get into the flow state if you're bored. You do need to challenge yourself, but if you're feeling anxious about it, you need to scale back your goal. You kind of ebb and flow those two knobs until you are ready to write, and once you do, you'll be challenged, you'll be excited, you'll have a clear vision for where you're headed, and then you can invite the flow state in. I hope this helps. My name is Derek. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thanks. All right, that's enough vertical videos for the day, don't you guys think? I think so. It's my least favorite part of this all these shenanigans. Say shenanigans again one more time, Farva. Okay. My goodness. So, now that that's over, let's do some writing. Let me see. Oh, Scrolls is having... My worker brain was just thinking of losing time on projects and fear of losing clients. It isn't a good feeling, and I realized my clients also didn't mind, just my own brain catastrophizing things. Yeah, for me, it's getting into a project, the starting aspect. I could never get over that. Then flow comes. So I've been playing with ideas on how to stop paralysis. Been using games, just something mechanical to prime flow state. Yeah, and if you don't remember, Scrolls, it's a period of time where I was doing logline sprints and scene sprints. Those are fantastic, absolutely fantastic. I am going to jump in to editing The Ropesman's Tale. Oh, and I have my edit line still saved. God. Chapter 10. Okay, let's get this going. Oh, let me get my text edit too. My bad. One second. So close. There we go. Done. Screen's up. Excellent. Fantastic. Okay. So, everyone, this is The Ropesman's Tale. We will continue editing the novel. Let's talk about where we left off, huh? Oh, wait. Let me see. Yeah, someone who is new to writing, no books written, no long stories. I think the logline spreads 70. Yeah, they can be, absolutely. And Scrolls, I know that you do this already, but like your use of like writing short stories, you know? Write a fuck ton of short stories, good or bad. But get used to writing story, right? And then just get used to that and drop some of the fear of it. Mostly it relates back to having current applications with visual arts. Yes, yes! I like this little chef that you're using. Very cool. Okay. So let me just do a quick check. What was the last chapter? I mean, obvious it was chapter 9. Oh, okay. So Thomas is in Whitehall, which is this terrible Elizabethan jail. And we met the widow Goodfellow in there. We learned that she is in there because she killed the executioner that hung her husband, thus making her a widow. And now Thomas is sharing a jail. He's sentenced to death as well, on multiple counts, but the one that really sealed the deal was ravishment from Catherine, the brothel worker who he stole his own money back from after their lecherous encounter. And now we're back at Robert Devereux. Interesting fact, I didn't do any editing on it over the holidays, but I did have a really interesting talk with a friend who is also an author of like children's books, and she's writing her first YA novel now. And I told her, you know, I've been editing this thing, and I just don't like my chapter 1 as my starting chapter. It just doesn't feel right to me. I think it's like a weak start, and like I'm really proud of my chapter 2, where I start by introducing my protagonist. She was like, well, why don't you start your book like that? And I thought about it, and I was like, oh yeah, fucking duh, I should. Sometimes it just takes a simple conversation like that to realize that's how I should restructure the book. So I do have like a set of executioner notes. I'm sorry, Executioner was the old title. A set of notes for the Ropesman's Tale. I'm going to write it down right now. Make chapter 2, chapter 1. Perfect. Perfect. It's a bigger change, so I'm not going to do that on screen. But it's a big copy and paste thing. You guys know how to copy paste. Let's talk about editing. And we have the edit line right here. Boo, I'm on chapter 10, The Gathering Storm. Robert Devereux paced before his grand hearth with a restless energy. Around the long table sat his most trusted allies, military officers embittered by the Queen's court, noble conspirators who had fallen out of favor, and ambitious men willing to gamble their futures on Essex's bold endeavor. Guys, I want to read an audiobook version of this, but Essex's is a really fucking hard word to say. Excuse me, I just need to blow the old nose. Apologies. It is that time of year, I guess. Man, my nose just feels itchy today. I don't know what's going on. Chapter 2 is where I was introduced, actually. It was very visual with the dream sequence to the merchant waking him up. Yeah! Scrolls. Yeah. Anyway, I was thinking about maybe opening it up there. Let's keep going. And ambitious men willing to gamble their futures on Essex's bold endeavor. I think, it's a good starting paragraph, actually. Devereux poured himself a goblet of sweet wine, the liquid catching the light as it swirled. My latest venture, a sweet wine for the refined palate, he announced, offering a goblet to his co-conspirators with the pride of a creator presenting his craft. This is true. Robert Devereux had essentially London's monopoly on the sweet wine trade. I don't know if you guys have ever had sweet wine. It's an acquired taste. Not a lot of people really like it. I know I don't. And in the screenplay, I have this version where he keeps offering sweet wine to all of his co-conspirators at all of their meetings. And they're all like, thanks. And they're always like wincing at the sweet wine. Like, this guy cannot make a good decision to save his life. Let's see, Devereux. Okay. Had mirin, which is meant for cooking these days, but used to be a noble's drink. Isn't it crazy what they used to have to do to get drunk? Amaros. Amaros were very popular as well. Cuff, hesitant yet bound by duty and respect, reluctantly accepted the goblet and sipped the wine, his expression betraying a slight grimace at its sweetness. "'Tis indeed a sweet draught, my lord," he admitted, navigating a delicate balance between honesty and reverence. And revulsion. Also, I forgot to describe what Cuff looks like. This is the first time we're meeting Cuff in the novel. So, let me see. I'm going to go find a picture of Cuff and use that as inspiration. Henry Cuff. He was in real life, he was also executed alongside Devereux for the failed rebellion. So I'm literally going to Google right now. You're not seeing it because I have so much up on the screen, but Henry Cuff, Elizabethan England. I go into images. Ooh. Ooh, I'm not seeing... I see Essex all the time. I mean, Essex. I see Devereaux all the time. There's this cool illustration. I'm always finding something interesting from this time period. I just found it kind of doing a rabbit hole, and I won't, but they have the hangings of Henry Cuff and Sir Gellie Meyrick, which are here. These guys will end up being executed alongside, I say alongside, not alongside, but in addition to Robert Devereux. Robert Devereux was such a high-ranking political figure that they brought him to the Tower Green in the Tower of London and used 3 swipes of the axe to behead him. But Henry and Meyrick, or Gellie, or Jelly, I don't know, Gellie, were actually hung. Oh wow, this is a video I haven't seen before. Okay, I'm not going to get sidetracked while I'm supposed to be writing. I'm going to keep focused, but what I am going to do, this is a great time to use ChatGPT, like in a pinch, whenever I don't want to read through 50,000 tabs to figure out if Henry Cuff was ever described with such and such hair or such and such physique. Okay, this is where, this is one point where AI is great. You go search the internet for me instead of me having 50 tabs open. Let me go ahead and examine my 3rd paragraph here. Cuff, hesitant yet bound by duty and respect, reluctantly accepted the goblet and sipped the wine, his expression betraying a slight grimace at its sweetness. "It is indeed a sweet draught, my lord," he admitted, navigating the delicate balance between honesty and revulsion. "Overly so?" Devereux inquired, his question hanging in the air. 2 periods, for some reason, Derek? Come on. "'Tis an excellent concoction, my lord," the Cuff affirmed, his words carefully chosen to assuage any doubts that might linger in the Earl's mind. I wonder if I need to capitalize that. Yeah, it's a noble title. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so there are a few, looks like there's a few references to how they look, but for the most part, there seems to be no portraits online to actually verify, or sketches to actually verify, but we can make assumptions based off of their trades. So Meyrick served in the military alongside Devereux, and Cuff was in academia, and we know based on those career options what they may or may not have worn or what their stature was like, things of that nature. So let's find a place here to describe Cuff. So here, co-conspirators is true, yeah, but it's also a legal term as well. And while it may be true and effectual, this is a novel. The reason that we're novelizing it is because we have time to, we have a little bit more space to play and build the imagination. Go ahead, imagine co-conspirators. Right? You can't, because it's not a person with life to it. It's just a definition of it's just a definition, not a person. So let's go ahead and offering a goblet to Henry Cuff. He announced offering a goblet to Henry Cuff with a pride. Don't need that with. Oh yeah, ignore. With the pride of a creator presenting his craft. And then I'll continue, like Cuff was a man of, let's see. Cuff was a clergyman and academic who was in his late 30s. So let's make him more bookish. And whenever somebody's bookish, like I think slender, like more wiry than broad-shouldered, like a soldier, just to kind of help exacerbate the reader's imagination, to jumpstart the reader's imagination, kind of do the heavy lifting for it. In late Elizabethan England, all the men were basically trimmed beards or had the pointed beard. I did that for a reason. There's a pointed beard. And their hair was short to medium in length, just when dealing with like common fashion of the time. But outside of just, like, I want to add something that's not just what they wear. Like, wardrobe is a thing, sure. But, guys, oh my God, this is great. This is fantastic. So, talk about real life inspired. Okay. I just looked over there and, I got my first, like, fountain pens. And I got my first inkwell. And I'm thinking in Elizabethan England, if this guy's an academic, I want to give him ink-stained hands, right? And also, look at these beautiful pens. My friend got me. Elizabeth! Oh my God, we're talking about Elizabethan England. My friend Elizabeth got me these beautiful pens. It's all coming together. It all makes sense. Cuff's gonna have ink-stained hands. Okay, so Cuff. What do we say? A bookish man. Oh wait, I said a wiry, or a slender and bookish man with the I want to say of academia, but he's bookish. That's kind of bookish, Cuff, a slender and bookish man. Oh, wait. I want to combine these. Cuff, a slender and bookish man, hesitant, yet bound by duty and respect. I feel like this is almost like worthy of an M dash, because it seems like a break in the middle of the sentence. And I'll put ink-stained fingers. Period. His expression betrayed a slight grimace at its sweetness. "'Tis indeed a sweet draught, my lord," he admitted, navigating the delicate balance between honesty and revulsion. Overly so? Yeah, okay, so now we kind of see... Now I can kind of picture this fucker, right? Slender and bookish and ink-stained hands. Okay, cool. And now we're going to need to do the same thing for Gelly. One thing that happened whenever I was doing my vomit draft is I had absorbed all of this Elizabethan England history, and I wrote like I assumed the reader knew what I knew, but they don't. And I need to make sure that I'm not having the trap of the inference trap. I'm inferring that you know what I know, and that is not true. Not everybody knows Elizabethan history. I certainly didn't before I began, so I need to take that into consideration. Oh, Barton VO. Barton voiceover, I guess. Thanks for lurking. I mean, I'll never mind you, but I'm happy that you're here. I hope you don't mind that I called you out and got to say hello. Okay, let's see. I'm not fond of sugar migraines. As a piggyback to that giving people time, Barry Lyndon did that so well. Love those long pauses on facial expressions or the standoffs. Whether violent or psychological, the silence between the men during the game of cards, it said so much and kept attention. Yeah. Oh, that would get me excited to write. I wonder what you were referring to, Scrolls. I'm sorry I had to go back and look at the chat. I missed out when you said it. Oh, the pins, I bet. The pins. Yeah. I know. Really? Oh my goodness. Well, Barton, you've just been on the wrong live streams. I know we're editing novels right now. We're editing a novel that I'm working on right now, but I do get into screenplay format during the second half of the live stream. If you want to stick around, we always do digital writers' rooms. We actually already wrote something and from the last stream, and now we're going to be punching it up. But I do all of that in screenplay format. So cool. Yeah, thanks for lurking here, and I hope you don't mind me just doing this work. It's not always the most exciting, but it does need to be done. Oh yeah, you're reading it in the British accent? Maybe you could be my voiceover. Fantastic. Robert Devereux paced before his grand hearth with a restless energy. Around the long table sat his most trusted allies, military officers embittered by the Queen's court, noble conspirators who had fallen out of favour, and ambitious men willing to gamble their futures on Essex's bold endeavour. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, a David Attenborough sound. There's so many different British accents. Nobody pictures Dick Van Dyke's chimney sweep character from Mary Poppins. Robert Devereux paced before his grand earth with a restless energy. Around the long table sat his most That's starting to turn into Michael Caine, isn't it? Never mind. I'm terrible with accents. Yeah. Actually, I don't even think it's Cockney. I think Dick Van Dyke apologized for his accent multiple times. I think the story was that they hired an Irishman to teach him Cockney, and the Irishman didn't like Brits and had a unfavorable view of the language altogether, and basically taught him a really terrible version of the accent. Is it? Oh, good, good. Devereux poured himself a goblet of sweet wine, the liquid catching the light as it swirled. My latest venture, a sweet wine for the refined palate. Okay. Enough. Can't do Michael Caine better than Michael Caine. Okay, let's keep going. 'Tis an excellent concoction, my lord. The cuff. Cuff confirmed. I don't know where this came from. Cuff affirmed, his words carefully chosen to assuage any doubts that might linger in the Earl's mind. Devereux sat at the head of his long oak table, his fingers drumming against the polished wood as he absorbed the counsel of his closest allies. The talk, capital T, Derek, the talk of open rebellion had grown louder in recent days, and tonight decisive action was on the table. Sir Gelly Mayrick leaned forward, his voice low and forceful. The Queen's counsel is closing in, my lord. Cecil and his spies work tirelessly to see you discredited. If we wait any longer, they will have enough cause to strip you of everything. And we both know the Tower is not far behind. Here's where we need to introduce... Also, I think we needed to switch this. Right? If we have Gelly Mayrick sitting there also saying something, then our imagination switched to Devereux tapping his fingers, deciding, making a decision. Because right now, Cuff is being a yes man. The reason that we show Cuff in here is because, spoiler alert, at the time that I was writing this, Donald Trump was in office for the first time. And whenever I was really gathering a lot of this knowledge on the Tudor version of England, Devereux struck me as a Donald Trump type character. He literally tried to mount a failed insurrection, except he was punished for it. And so, while there is a lot written about Devereux, I was taking my own creative license, telling the story that I want to tell in my voice, and kind of turning him into, in the first iteration at least, kind of like a Will Ferrell character, confidently wrong, confidently stupid. Even though he's not a stupid person in historically, but there is something about the idea that this Devereux doesn't know his future. This Devereux, in this moment, feels like there is a redemption for him, that there is a way out. This Devereux feels like he is still a hero in the eyes of other Englanders, and wants his retribution, wants his life back. So he doesn't know that he's making a bad decision, and we have to write him as such. Barton says, do you do sprints? I'm dropping volume to 1 so I can record if you want to chat through something here, and I will see it. Yeah, I'll say, here's what I'll do for you, Barton. pin this to the top of the chat. There you go. Okay, there we go, Barton. Oh, cool. I like your website. Excellent. Well, I can't wait to listen to you. I know you're going to keep me on a low volume and do your thing. But it's always a pleasure to meet another artist doing their thing. Okie dokie. So, let's just, oh, sorry, I keep distracting myself. Like a real writer does, Sir Gilly Mayrick is a soldier, Essex's right-hand man. I did use AI to look for descriptions of him through a myriad of text to see if I can find a way to describe him that's a little truer to history. And he is described as a Welsh soldier. And let's see, that's it. There are, wait, about Sir. But I actually didn't do a Google search for his images. I only did that for Henry Cuff. There we go. Sir Gilly Mayrick. I'm seeing the pointy beard. I'm seeing the brown hair. But no, that's Essex again. See? Not a lot of, it's all Essex here. So let's see. So let's see. If he is a soldier, a Welsh soldier, let's make him a little older than Devereux. Okay, so as a soldier, you are what? You're just kind of you're highly competent, right? Like organized, you have your own organizing principle, you're very disciplined, regimented, hardened to life, battle hardened. It's tough. What do I want to say? Oh, you know what? In contrast to Cuff, who was like bookish and slender, we can make him thicker in his chest and arms. You know, this guy marches around with swords. He rides horses. And if everybody has the short beard, everybody starts to look alike. Like one of the reasons that I saw that picture of Devereux being mad at me, like, oh, was that Henry Cuff? No. I want them to be distinguished. So So I almost kind of want to give him like a mustache. I'm thinking like, hey, maybe it's a little easier to keep up with than a beard, especially if you are still commanding an army. Remember, Devereaux is under house arrest. He can have the pointy beard. Devereaux is known as like being kind of like the hot young guy. So I kind of want to distinguish their looks. So I want to make Sir Mayrick older, give him the mustache, make him a thicker kind of guy, very regimented, very battle hardened. Like he's got like a stout posture, boots, gloves, like a heavy cloak, maybe, because they're meeting in the dead of night under house arrest against the Queen's orders. Like you shouldn't be having allies over. Oh, what about, and this is going back to just taking creative liberties, let's give him a battle scar, right? I mean, it's Elizabethan England, there's no cosmetic surgery, this guy's a warrior, he's older than Devereaux, probably seen more time on the field than Devereaux. We should maybe have like a battle scar. That way we have bookish, nerdy. That's Cuff. We have Mayrick, thick, mustachioed, stubborn, battle hardened, battle scarred. Right? I can almost picture him being like early graying hair, even though they're all kind of in their 30s. Late 30s probably for him, early 40s if they live that long. And then you have Devereaux with his like auburn red hair, the short beard, medium hair, Mr. Hot Stuff. Okay. So I'm building this little triptych of characters. Stout, battle hardened, soldier. I kind of like the idea that he was a Welsh too. Soldier already implies battle hardened, so I almost want to say Welshman. I don't want to say ran his finger, but like petting it. Stroked. Eager to express the dire matter at hand. Something like that. He leaned forward, his voice low and forceful. The Queen's council was closing in, my Lord Cecil and his spies work tirelessly to see you discredited. If we wait any longer, they will have enough cause to strip you of everything, and we both know the Tower is not far behind. Devereaux sat at the head of his long oak table, his fingers drumming against the polished wood as he absorbed the counsel of his closest allies. The talk of open rebellion had grown louder in recent days. I think whenever I wrote this was at a different space in the novel, and this recent days doesn't do it for me. This is the first day. I don't like this ever the strategist. That was overly written. Sir Henry Cuff, the strategist, remained composed. He tapped a quill against blank parchment, going back to the ink-stained fingers. Perfect. His tone even. It's okay. He tapped a quill against a blank parchment. His tone even. Anger will not be enough if we do not act with purpose. This anger will not be enough seems to come out of nowhere. If we do not act with purpose and precision, this ends before it begins. We need more than discontent to stir the discontent of the public. We need control. Oh, Christopher Blunt. Yes, that's the other guy. Okay. Like I said, I jumped into these and I didn't describe these characters, and it's my own fault, but here we are fixing it. Okay, so let's Google for Christopher Blunt. Elizabethan era, and then check the images. Oh yeah! We got a Christopher Blunt picture here, finally. I don't have to like rely on inference. Oh, I also forgot. This makes me think I forgot to do the facial hair for Oh, cool. Actually, I would love to do that. Because Barton, eventually I want to do an audiobook of this. So I'd look at your process and see how it goes. But yeah, I wanted to like actually sit and read and then like put it on my YouTube page though. Let's see. The con is it leaves a lot of room to distract from the task. Wrinkles carved formation. Yeah, the early gray hairs was on my mind. The grief of battle weighing on him. Yeah, good idea. I had these ideas and then I just... Okay, so let's go back. He leaned forward. Instead of his voice low and forceful, he leaned forward, running his early gray hairs. I don't need the grief of battle, but because I have battle hardened here. Or how about this? Instead of the distinct beard, I have an idea. early graying mustache. At the early graying mustache that covered scar before his face. He leaned in, his voice low and forceful, eager to express the dire matter at hand. Then I don't need this. Let me see how that reads. Sir Gelly Mayrick, a stout, battle-hardened Welshman, anxiously stroked at the early graying mustache that covered the scar of war on his face. He leaned in, his voice low and forceful, eager to express the dire matter at hand. The Queen's Council is closing in, my lord. Cecil and his spies work tirelessly to see you discredited. If we wait any longer, they will have enough cause to strip you of everything. And we both know the tower is not far behind. Devereux sat at the head of his long oak table, his fingers drumming. Right, I think. Okay, cool. I'm happier with that. It's a fun way to like keep folding in layers and not go on and on about it, right? Now this Christopher Blunt character. This guy wears frills. This guy has portraits of him with his hands on his hips. This guy has a mustache and like dark brown curly hair and pale skin and a mustache. This guy comes across as a little bit of a pompous, pumpity pump, something. Let me see here, 1 second. Let's see. Okay. So you should see, I typed in Christopher Blunt Elizabethan era into Google, went to images, and you should see this guy. Kind of looks like Charles Blunt as well. See, getting some Charles Blunt hits. But a thin man, pale skin, thin mustache, with a shock of dark brown, curly hair. Also a soldier, kind of peacocking in these photos. I'm kind of getting a sense that Sir Christopher Blunt might actually be very much like Devereux, just kind of have a different look. And I wonder how I can solve this. Devereux does not have the curls, so maybe I'll start with the curls. And then something about the thin gray mustache, like you see that kind of trait and you think like Waters, right? Like John Waters, like it gives you like a certain, it evokes a certain feeling, doesn't it? A thin gray, a thin mustache. Oh, you know what else I'm noticing? He's got a little tuft of facial hair at his chin. So he's dressed like wealth, but he wears a sword. Okay, let's do it. Let's just start. Let's just start. We gotta get it. You know what? This should go here. Mm, this feels like a Christopher Blunt line. The strategist is reserved. I know I'm doing some fancy copying and pasting, but I'm starting to see a flow here. Because Christopher Blunt almost needs his own kind of moment to shine. Okay, so and hmm. All these men, I like my thing was like I want him to address. I just want to get that mustache in there because of the feeling that it evokes. But then I have two men playing with their mustaches to show it. I'm using the same trick twice, and that's no bueno. Um, Here I am. This is live problem solving. I don't really have the solution. Let me just kind of walk in a circle until I think about it. Christopher Blunt, less patient than the others, exhaled sharply. Dark curls sat on his head in neat disorder, framing his pale face. His slender mustache. Look like rat. Dressed in like dressed in wealth. He's a peacock. But I can't say that a rat dressed like a peacock to the animal. And I don't want to say dressed like a peacock, like it's peacocking. I'll just say wealth. Dressed in wealth. Then adjusting his sword at his hip, then he also knows that he is part of the Queen's militia. Adjusting the sword at his hip, he shot Devereaux a knowing glance. We need more than to stir the discontent of the public. We need control. That's redundant. No more waiting, no more posturing. We press forward before they expect it. We seize London. Sir Henry Cuff, the strategist, remained composed. Sir Henry Cuff remained composed. He tapped a quill against a blank parchment, his tone even. If we do not act with purpose and precision, this ends before it begins. Devereaux sat at the head of his long oak table, his fingers drumming against the polished wood. As he absorbed the counsel of his closest allies, the talk of open rebellion had finally been cast, and tonight decisive action was on the table. Devereaux sat still, his gaze traveling over the maps of London sprawled before him. Key locations were marked: guard station, noble estates, and strategic pathways that could be blocked. We need the city behind us, Devereaux said at last, his voice cutting through the chamber. Not just swords, but loyalty. That's overwritten. If we could turn the people against the Queen's advisors, they will not be able to stop. Okay, we're being very nitpicky here. Let's go through this entire conversation, because my first thing is Devereaux's being redundant. But part of me is thinking that kind of works, because the way that I was framing Devereaux is that he is a person who would take bad advice because it strokes his own ego, right? So, those moments of, I have a great idea, sir. We should buy low and sell high. And the boss cuts off the guy and goes, actually, I have a wonderful idea. We should buy low and sell high. And everybody's, yeah. So it's almost like if Devereaux is co-opting a strategy from his people and then almost regurgitating it as if it's his own plan, does say something about him, as long as it doesn't come across as like amateurish writing. So that's why I want to revisit this. We can start with him pouring the goblet of sweet wine. Devereaux poured himself a goblet of sweet wine, the liquid catching the light as it swirled. My latest venture, a sweet wine for the refined palate, he announced, offering a goblet to Henry Cuff with the pride of a creator presenting his craft. Cuff A slender and bookish man, hesitant yet bound by duty and respect, reluctantly accepted the goblet with his ink-stained fingers and sipped the wine. His expression betrayed a slight grimace as its sweetness. His expression betrayed a slight grimace at its sweetness. "'Tis indeed a sweet draught, my lord," he admitted, navigating the delicate balance between honesty and revulsion. "Overly so?" Devereux inquired, his question hanging in the air. "'Tis an excellent concoction, my lord," Cuff affirmed, his words carefully chosen to assuage any doubts that might linger in the Earl's mind. Sir Gelly Mayrick, a stout, battle-hardened Welshman, anxiously stroked at the early graying mustache that covered the scar of war on his face. He leaned in, his voice low and forceful, eager to express the dire matter at hand. "The Queen's counsel is closing in, my lord. Cecil and his spies work tirelessly to see you discredited. If we wait any longer, they will have enough cause to strip you of everything, and we both know the Tower is not far behind." Christopher Blunt, less patient than the others, exhaled sharply. Dark curls sat on his head in neat disorder, framing his pale face. His slender mustache made him look like a rat dressed in wealth. Adjusting the sword at his hip, he shot Devereux a knowing glance. "We need more than to stir the discontent of the public. We need control. No more waiting, no more posturing. We press forward before they expect it. We seize London." Sir Henry Cuff remained composed. He tapped a quill against a blank. I don't need this. Already introduced. Cuff remained composed. He tapped a quill against a blank parchment, his tone even. "If we do not act with purpose and precision, this ends before it begins." Devereux sat at the head of his long oak table, his fingers drumming against the polished wood as he absorbed the counsel of his closest allies. The talk of open rebellion had finally been cast, and tonight decisive action was on the table. Devereux sat still, his gaze traveling over the maps of London sprawled before him. Key locations were marked: guard stations, noble estates, and strategic pathways that could be blocked. "We need the city behind us," Devereux said at last, his voice cutting through the chamber. "If we can turn the people against the Queen's advisors, they will not be able to stop us." Okay. It doesn't seem like he's actually regurgitating. It seems like he just wants to be liked, which is good for Devereux. That's part of his character. He has a huge ego, and it remains true to what Devereux's character wants. Devereux wants to be held in favor again. Devereux wants to be back on his pedestal. That's what he wants. It's very clear. We need the city behind us. If that means to incite a rebellion in order to do it, which would be a terrible choice, which is going to be a terrible choice, that reads true for Devereux. Okay. Cuff frowned. How do you propose we do that? Fear, force, we're not tyrants. Mayrick smirked. "No, but the people must believe they are in danger. Corruption, rising taxes, foreign threats, injustice, all of these can be turned against the Queen's Counsel. We make them the villains." This is more inspiration from the Trump administration, insurrection, Hate to use inspiration and the Trump administration in the same sentence, but in this case, it's a bad thing. And this is what I was feeling at the time. And you know what? Honestly, history repeats itself. It remains true to this day. "The merchants must believe they are being bled dry," Devereux continued. "We spread rumors that Cecil plans to raise tariffs and impose new levies. The crown will be seen as a strangler of commerce." Mayrick nodded. "The guild leaders will listen if they think their livelihoods are at stake. We offer them an alternative. Our rule, our promises." Cuff tapped the table. "We should pay guilds to delay shipments, slow trade. If the docks falter, if food becomes scarce, the people will blame the Queen's policies." Blunt smirked. "Is this sounding familiar to you guys?" Blunt smirked. "A fabricated crisis. Simple, effective, make them desperate enough to turn." Devereux nodded. "It worked before. The Dutch merchants turned against Spain. We shall do the same." Blunt leaned forward. "And the apprentices, the journeymen? If we want the people, we start with them." Mayrick chuckled, giddy with the charms of sabotage. Oh, you know how sometimes you'll like reread something you wrote and it's like, that's cool. The charms of sabotage. I can't believe that came out of me. They already feel abandoned. We tell them that under Devereaux they will have security. That Devereaux they will have security, a future. They will see that the Queen's Council does not care for them. That's already implied through the earlier sentences. Um, Cuff considered this. Wat Tyler's rebellion, the Evil May riots. Common men took to the streets when they believed they were left behind. If we can push them to that point again, the city will fall into our hands. The Wat Tyler's rebellion is also known as the Peasants' Revolt, and that took place in the 1300s in Elizabethan England. So they're literally just saying history repeats itself, much like I used the Trump administration to be to inspire this. Hey, this has already happened, right? It's like literally a mirror of something in the past. And then the Evil May Day riots. Common men took to the streets when they believed they were left behind. If we can push them to that point again, the city will fall into our hands. Devereaux's mind worked quickly, piecing together the framework of their strategy. We need the clergy. If the church begins to question the council's decisions, the people will listen. Blunt nodded. A well-placed bishop or two might see reason. The merchants, too, Devereaux continued. If they fear... Oh, my typos. If they fear the Queen's policies will bankrupt them, they will turn to us. Spread rumors that Cecil plans to raise tariffs, disrupt key shipments. Cuff hesitated. I feel like this has already been said. Cut mercilessly. Cuff hesitated. And the city watch? They will not sit idly by. Mayrick's smile widened. Not if we get to them first. Ribbles? Bribes. Bribes, promises of higher positions. We turn the guards who can be bought and neutralize those who cannot. Devereaux exhaled, his fingers tapping against the table in rhythm with his thoughts. He looked across the room, locking eyes with each of his men, weighing their resolve. Then we moved forward. Quietly, at first, but decisively. We take London in hearts and minds before we take it in arms. The chamber doors creaked open and the murmurs of plotting quieted. Francis Bacon steps inside, his cloak trailing behind him as he surveyed the gathered men with an air of caution. His expression was unreadable, but his measured pace and the slow removal of his gloves signaled his wariness. Lord Essex, he greeted evenly, inclining his head ever so slightly. I received your summons. What matter is so urgent that it requires my presence at this hour? Devereaux gestured to the empty chair at his right, though Bacon did not move to sit. We have a problem, Francis. England has a problem, and I trust your sharp mind has already observed it. Bacon's eyes flickered over the maps and documents strewn across the table. That depends, my lord. I see many problems in England, but I suspect the one you speak of concerns the Queen. Devereaux leaned forward. The Queen's advisers have been turned against the interest of England. Robert Cecil rules in all but name. He fattens himself on corruption, while the people grow weary under heavier taxes and deceit. The crown is blind to it. I will not stand idle while England suffers. Bacon exhaled slowly, his gaze cool and composed. And what is it you seek from me? Your support. Devereaux stated plainly. Your mind, your influence. We take control of London, force the Queen's Council to answer for their transgressions, and ensure England is ruled by those who have its true interests at heart. Bacon's lips pressed into a thin line. You mean stage a coup. I mean to restore balance, Devereux countered. The people will rally to our cause. They already whisper in taverns and markets. The Queen has lost her grip. We simply— No, Bacon interrupted. His voice was resolute. The chamber fell silent. Bacon took a step forward, his gaze dark. You make discontent for revolution, my lord. The people do. You mistake discontent for revolution, my lord. The people do not rise for justice. They rise for survival. And if you move forward with this plan, you will not be seen as a savior. You will be seen as a traitor. Devereux's expression hardened. So you will not stand with us? I will not, Bacon confirmed, and I strongly advise you abandon this path before it's too late. For a moment, neither man spoke. Then Bacon turned on his heel and strode toward the door. You should pray I do not succeed, Francis, Devereux called after him, for if I do, there will be no mercy for those who stood aside. Bacon hesitated for the briefest moment, then disappeared into the corridor, the heavy doors closing behind him. A tense silence followed. Then Blunt scoffed, "Coward." Mayrick sneered, "A man who understands books but not men. Bacon doesn't see what we see." Blunt leaned forward. The people don't need reason. They need anger. Devereux exhaled, staring into the flames of the hearth. Perhaps. But his warning changes nothing. We commit. No more doubts, no more hesitation. We move forward, and we do not look back. Mayrick leaned back in his chair, his gaze narrowing. If we are to enforce order, we will need a man to carry out justice. Someone loyal, someone unquestioning. The opposite of Sir Bacon. Blunt let out a dry chuckle. A willing executioner? Good luck finding one. The trade is cursed. No man with a name to protect will take the axe. Those who do are outcast, despised by all. Devereux rubbed his chin, considering. Then we find a man with nothing left to protect. Someone desperate enough to wield the axe rather than fall beneath it. Mayrick tapped his fingers against the table, a knowing smirk forming. There's always someone rotting in the city jails, waiting to be sent to the gallows, a condemned man that would have no choice but to serve. Okay, I'm getting a little on the nose here. I almost felt like it should have ended, we move forward and we do not look back. But I'm setting up, I put this on because of, there's some things that the audience needs to know. A willing executioner is hard to find in these time periods because most likely you have killed somebody's friends or family. If you become an executioner, you become the social pariah of the community in which you live in. It is not a good position to have. Not to mention, much like we learned about Widow Goodfellow, people find out who you are. They will take revenge on you for killing their friend or family member or loved one or whatever. So I wanted to set up that it's hard to find a good executioner, especially one that will do what you tell them, and that you really need some, like, who's the dumbest schlub, who's the most desperate, who would take the bait for what we're trying to do. Next chapter is like a cut to, here's Thomas Derrick, scrounging at the dungeon floor. But what I'm learning in this read is that it's certainly used with cutting some of this down. So let's just keep reading and see what I can cut. It's the last page. I also like it that it's the opposite of Bacon. Bacon ends up being kind of a small little thread that gets woven throughout the story. Him and Derrick end up kind of becoming confidants in a way whenever no one else wants to be the friend of an executioner. Devereaux needs essentially his version of the Queen's hand, right? Devereaux needs his hand. He needs somebody who's going to execute public figures um, without question, because they're indebted to Devereaux, and they don't even need the Queen's orders to do it, right? He just needs to someone to get rid of his enemies in a way that seems legitimate. So, not justice, our justice. Or even, not even justice, our orders. Someone loyal, someone unquestioning, the opposite of Sir Bacon. Blunt a willing executioner. Good luck finding one. The trade is cursed. No man with a name to protect will take the axe. Those who do are outcast, despised by all. Devereaux rubbed his chin, considering, then we find a man with nothing left to protect, someone desperate enough to wield the axe rather than fall beneath it. Merrick tapped his fingers against the table, a knowing smirk. There's always someone rotting in the city jails, waiting to be sent to the gallows. A condemned man would have no choice but to serve. We're going to see that. We're setting it up, and then we're going to see it. I'd rather just kind of see it. Plump desperation makes men unpredictable. Are we sure we want someone to do the job to save their own skin? No, I'm thinking I'm going to cut that. Devereaux, yes. Yeah. This is all inferred. Well, this is all overwritten. I keep saying the same thing over and over again. I don't need any of that. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so we punched up chapter 10. Now let's move to chapter 11. Chapter 11. Thomas Derrick sat hunched against the wall, his back pressed against the coarse stone of his cell. The weight of his fate was stifling. He had watched enough men dragged to the gallows to know there was no bargaining with the executioner. There was no mercy. There was only the rope. His own execution was set for dawn. New. And yet to find another ropesman. Headsman. From the shadows a voice rasped, "You've gone quiet, lad. Face in the noose will do that to a man." Thomas turned his head, eyeing the old prisoner chained beside him. The man had long since resigned himself to this place, his beard thick with grime, his eyes dull with knowing. The iron bars of his cell rattled as footsteps echoed through the corridors of Newgate. At this hour, only the condemned and the rats stirred. He lifted his head at the sound of approaching voices, low, commanding, deliberate. Not the bored drawl of a gaoler, making his rounds, but something else, someone else, someone official. Torchlight cast its orange glow on three figures as they walked into view. The first was the warden, a man whose face a man whose face was perpetually set in a scowl, his loud keys jingling on his hip. Behind him walked two men of clear nobility, their cloaks rich, their boots unstained by the dirt of the prison floor. Thomas knew instantly who the taller of the two was, Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex, a man who could determine a man's fate with a single word. Okay, this is going to be something I have to address. The order in which I learned this information. I knew that Devereux had appointed Thomas Derrick to be the executioner, and that Thomas Derrick would eventually execute Thomas Devereux. Wonderful bit of irony, especially to write a story about. Then as I went on, I realized that that Devereux just didn't fall from favor, that he was under house arrest at the time, which is why I went back and put him under house arrest to be more historically accurate. So, we have to solve the issue of, if Devereux is under house arrest, well then how is he at Newgate selecting his new executioner? One is that he is not, and that he sent Mayrick and Blunt and Cuff to do the selection for him. However, I don't think that makes a great story. Like, I want to take the creative liberty of seeing Devereux look at Thomas Derrick, them have a dialogue together, and think that, hey, this is my guy. Both of them pointing, being like, this guy is going to save my life. And in the end, of course, it's actually the legitimate opposite, but I want to put them face to face for their first meeting. So, knowing what I want to do versus what actually may have happened, I take the creative license here. But what I do need to do is justify it. In this moment, I need to come up with a little bit of narrative, omnipotence, dialogue, whatever it may be, to problem solve how this happened. So I think that it would be really, really hard for Devereux to leave his quarters. I think that if anything, he has snuck out. And maybe, who's the guy with the thin mustache already? Christopher Blunt. I think maybe like Christopher Blunt had like the short little tuft, the mustache, kind of looked like Devereux's stature. Maybe is pretending to be Devereux in his place, like they maybe switched, did a cowboy switch. If you're familiar, the cowboy switch is whenever in television, one person, the stunt person, does the big stunt and then falls out of frame, and then the actor, who is safe and sound below frame, pops up. Oh my God, what happened to me? So, part of me is thinking that. So, let me see here. How do I want to do this? Okay. So, oh my gosh. Hi. I got a girl with the zoomies here. Do you want to say hi to the stream? You want to say hi to the stream? You want to say hi? No. Oh my gosh. Sorry, y'all. Little dog time. Little dog time. He has been cooped up all Christmas. Oh my god. Sorry. You know how sometimes dogs just need to be played with? This is Sugar, and she's really, really happy to be playing. Look at that face, huh? Oh my gosh, look at her face. Thank you. Thank you. Love you so much. Okay, my gosh. Any excuse to not write, huh? Okay, so let's solve this problem, y'all. Let's do it. Okay. Where do I want to insert it is the next question. It seems to be taking place from Thomas's perspective. So, here's what I'll say. Reasons. I mean, okay, it's kind of crazy to do this in the document. I don't like to, but as an official, escort, and an authorized stop. Or which makes less sense, I guess. Or like liberty taking advantage of, like put under guard. Or sneaks out. Okay. I don't like this. This is the same thing. I'm just trying to think, like, okay, if it's going to be one of those two, why he's there. Like, sometimes house arrest comes with small little liberties that you can take. You can go to a doctor, you can see your physician. Sometimes they'll allow you to go to church. Elizabeth was um, very devout in her leadership. It was part of her brand. She understood her brand as being like a devout, religious queen, the Virgin Queen of England. So I'm thinking, like, what's more Trumpy, really? Like saying you're going to go to church and then going to a prison to bribe somebody? Like, that seems it too. But also, just like sneaking out because you don't think the rules apply to you. It's just that I think that like the sneak out is definitely the bolder choice. It screams Devereaux. And maybe it was easier to sneak out in Elizabethan England. There's no like security cameras or anything. But would that be something you would actually risk? Honestly, I'm thinking, as much as I like the choice of him sneaking out, I just think there's a little bit more emotional truth in him taking advantage of a liberty that he was granted. It's a little bit more sneaky, it's a little bit more underhanded, and not to mention, if he's like going to church, right, that kind of says something about his character, like using religion as a shield for his own gain. Okay, I think I've talked myself into it. Okay. Okay. That's what I'm going to do. And then, like, well, under the Queen's guard, but, like, here's the thing, is that there are allies that Devereaux has that also work for the Queen. So, potentially the person who is his escort is his ally without the Queen knowing. So, okay. So I know what I'm doing. I just had to come up with it. Knew who it was. It was the Earl of Essex. They granted him chapel because it looked merciful on paper and harmless in practice. What are the stakes of this? I like the ticking clock. An hour, no more. An escort. an ally or something close to it. No, he was here. Why? No, he was here. Period. I'm just trying to bridge the gap here. Is there one of Essex doing a place like this? Thomas Murmland. Looking for his new headsman. They don't know this, actually. Nope. Too much. Get rid of this. Nope. Overridden. Okay. The warden stepped aside, allowing Devereaux to peer into his cell on the far side of the jail. This one, he asked, his voice cool, assessing, as if he were surveying livestock before a purchase. This one has yet to go to trial, the warden confirmed. Highwayman, thief, killed a man or two from what I hear. Devereaux studied the highwayman. The prisoner snarled and kicked at his cell bars. Devereaux turned away, unimpressed, too reckless. He moved down the row, stopping at the cell of a frail man who trembled under Devereaux's gaze, too weak. The next prisoner was a madman who cackled and muttered to himself, his eyes darting wildly, unfit. Devereaux sighed, shaking his head. Mayhaps our man is not to be found here. Or he turned to his entourage, moving with him. I don't want to say he's leaving just yet. Turning could signify that he's maybe leaving the room, but not the prison, because we have to stay true to Devereaux's motivation. He's looking for somebody. He probably has this one little stop, and that's all he gets. Thomas felt his breath quicken. If Devereaux left, the gallows would claim him. Not come morning, because we don't know about the executioner being replaced. The gallows would claim him. Thomas hesitated. His body screamed at him to stay silent, to let the moment pass, but his mind calculated his survival. The thought of the rope tightening around his throat left him breathless. There was only one way out. Sanskrit. The bars, my lord. Devereaux paused. This is something that I'm changing to. Part of the reason that they are coming together in this moment is because of Thomas's sailor past. There's a reason that I set it up in chapter 2. It's because Devereaux led the land attack, but was transported by the Queen's Navy to La Cadiz in Spain to essentially ransack it, pillage it. And so now they have this common thread, and I've removed that Thomas is willing to volunteer to become an executioner. That was just, how did this old guy in prison know something that Thomas didn't? That didn't make sense. That's a plot hole. But if Thomas is going to try and strike a pardon from Devereaux because they were in war together, that is very Thomas Derrick. That's a Jack Sparrow kind of maneuver. Can you find mercy in your heart for a fellow soldier? Do we not sail to La Cadiz together and all this kind of stuff? And Devereaux is going to see, oh, He's going to see everything that he needs. He's going to see a soldier who claims respect for him, which feeds his ego, which he loves, and is going to assume loyalty to him. It's the perfect situation for both of them. Both of them seem to think that they are going to be getting what they want. However, before this happens, we're going to be creating brand new content. Okay, so here we go. How do I want to change? Let me just rough it out in my notes here. What I'm doing is summarizing right now. Here, so I'm creating a small goal that I know I have to write. So I'm typing a note to myself in a text edit document that isn't on the screen because I have a lot of stuff on the screen right now. But I'll read it to you. So it's just the vomit draft of the paragraph that I need to write. Devereaux has an hour of chapel time granted to him from house arrest, and he's using it to go to the prison and install his own headsman for his plans of a future coup. Thomas doesn't know that Devereaux is selecting a headsman, but used to be a sailor and perhaps even sailed with Devereaux to La Cadiz. Thomas is using his charm and wit to praise Devereaux and play I was going to try the we know each other. We were soldiers together card to get a pardon. Devereaux needs a loyalist and offers Thomas the role of executioner to escape his death sentence. Okay, so let's do this. I'm just going to run into it. Thomas felt his breath quicken. If Devereaux left, the gallows would claim him. Thomas hesitated. His body screamed at him to stay silent, to let the moment pass, but his mind, I don't know. I don't think his body screamed at him to stay silent. I don't even think Thomas hesitated. I think that's old. There's a sense of urgency now. Thomas felt his breath quicken. If Devereaux left, the gallows would claim him. The thought of the rope tightening around his throat left him breathless. There was only one way out. His hands gripped the bars. "My lord," Devereaux paused. "Do I know you?" Okay, what would Thomas say? Here, let me check the chat. Give myself some time to think, let my subconscious do a little work. Hey, Nevermore to 21 and Drowning Devil 12. 12 and 21, got a little dyslexia going on. Welcome. Doing well, just editing away at this chapter, just doing a little problem solving, fixing a little plot hole issue. Devereaux's supposed to be under house arrest, but we gave him a reason to be at the jail to select Thomas, which changed everything, right? We have a little ticking clock, a little bit more urgency. Thomas doesn't know why he's there. That was a plot hole, so they have to kind of discover each other and realize that they have both mutually beneficial wants, that they're going to come together and strike a deal that seals their fate for the rest of the story. This is a massive inciting incident. But yeah, nice to have you guys here. Nevermore to 21, Drowning Devil 12. Who else is in here? Reforget 1, 2, 5, 6. I fill those with tropes, a long flashback, and a lot of gibberish. Well, whenever you're trying to be a little bit more refined, I'll fill them with something else, like an honest attempt. Okay. 30 more minutes of this. Also, you guys like this shirt? My wife got it for me for Christmas, and I love it. I think it's so cool. Anyhow. Okay. So, check the chat. Everybody's good. Let me just keep doing the work that we're intending on doing. Uh, 100 like me. I mean, he was one of many. was it, the boats? And you took Cadiz. He's gotta like make it more than, you know, like what's the hook? It's more than just like, hey, we knew each other. It's like, I appreciated what you did. Like, hey, remember me? Like, not only did I know you, it was fun, right? Like, you and I were the same. So maybe like hmm. Oops. Okay, this is when I have to go back to my notes. Thomas doesn't know Devereaux is selecting a headsman, but used to be a sailor, perhaps even sailed with Devereaux to La Cadiz. Thomas is using his charm and wit to praise Devereaux and play that we know each other. We were soldiers together. Hard to get a pardon. Maybe like call him like a great leader or something. Greatness took La Cadiz. Oh, that's Devereaux's ego just getting stroked right there. Your greatness took La Cadiz. We burned what wouldn't run and cheered what did. Hmm. Oh yeah, well, Mr. Rogers vibe. Oh, I love that. I like the Mr. Rogers vibe, but like a cool 2025 Mr. Rogers. I'm gonna infer, and don't correct me if I'm wrong. I can't handle it, but I like it. It feels good too. I like it. You like that I stand up when I write? Yeah, I have to. I'm a pacer, baby. I pace. I pace all over the place. Um, so, yeah. Okay. Yeah, otherwise it's just me spinning in the chair or getting up and pacing and then coming back down to the chair to write. What happened? Did I just miss something? I saw confetti. Okay, maybe I missed something. Um, Okay, Derek, Thomas said. Derek, Thomas said. Thomas. You know what? That was a weird way to say that, Derek. I was kind of doing the James Bond thing. Derek, Thomas, Derek. So just do it instead of this like. I ask you mercy for an old shipmate if you have one. If you'll have it. What's happening? Mercy for an old shipmate. I don't know, at this point, be like, hey, boss. Time's ticking away, so let me just do that. And Marshalman cleared his throat. It's my Elizabethan equivalent of a pocket watch. I guess they might have a pocket watch. Just clear his throat as if to remind the Earl that chapel hours keep their own clock. Never didn't turn. He's, you know, the greatness. He's hooked. Thomas hooked him, so mercy. Said. Because remember, he needs mercy too, even though he got mercy. He's literally under house arrest and a rich guy. But he doesn't see himself like that. Oh, let's get to the point. Let's get to the point. This might be the way to bridge it. Okay, so let's see if this reads well. Derek, Thomas said, and I have trouble enough. I ask you mercy for an old shipmate, if you'll have it. One of the marshalmen cleared his throat as if to remind the Earl that chapel hours keep their own clock. Devereux didn't turn. Mercy, he said. London is short of it, and short of a man to do its necessary work. The city's headsman is gone. The sheriff complains of sentences piling up. Thomas swallowed hard, stepping forward and pushing his face to the bars. If you seek a steady hand and steady and unyielding in the face of death, look no further. Devereux turned back, intrigued. He took measured steps towards the cell, studying Thomas with new interest. The other prisoners fell silent, sensing the weight of the moment. Behind Thomas, the old prisoner shook his head. Thomas ignored him. How can you ignore somebody who's behind you? Dumb. I understand the weight of the duty you ask to be carried, he continued, your voice steadier now, to mete out the Queen's justice, to uphold the law of the land. 'Tis a burden I am willing to bear, and if my life is the price for my misdeeds, let it be paid not by death, but in service to the crown. A long pause. The dungeon held its breath. Service to the crown could throw Devereaux off, but in service. A long pause. The dungeon held its breath. These are the same. Devereaux's lips curled slightly. A noble sentiment. In these troubled times, justice must be a beacon for the people, a solid ground amidst the storm of discontent brewing. A fair and unyielding executioner by my side, well, it sends a message of law, of order, a promise of a just rule, unlike the capricious whims that we currently kneel to. Thomas's desperation overpowered any political concern, and although he did not understand the meaning of the word, he muttered it back to Devereaux in agreement. Capricious indeed, my lord. Capricious indeed. My lord, if you seek to steady the scales of justice, then I am thy man. The warden frowned. He has a reputation for being a slippery one, sir. Devereaux studied Thomas for a moment longer. Then he smiled. I like thee. He shall serve as the royal executioner, commute his sentence, but keep him here until he fulfills his duty. I'm gonna take out royal. That'll decapitalize that executioner. Devereaux turned and walked away, pausing only to glance back. And forget not, 'twas I, Lord Devereaux, who this day did spare thy life. Thomas forced a semblance of gratitude from his throat. Thank you, Lord Devereaux. Devereaux gave a smug nod and continued out the door. The old prisoner regarded Thomas with pity. Ye know not the demons ye've just invited into your soul, lad. I've known executioners. I've seen what it does to them. I seen a man once, a headsman, thought he'd make peace with his work, said it were just another job. But one day he come to me, hands shaking, whispering how the dead never leave him. Said he could feel their breath on his neck at night, see their eyes in his sleep. Every swing of the axe or drop of the rope carved a deep mark into his soul. 'Tis not just blood that stains, lad. Thomas clenched his fist with determination, actively blocking the old prisoner's tale of woe from entering his mind. Better to invite a demon into my soul than rot here like thee. The old prisoner chuckled darkly. Hast thou ever taken a man's life? Thomas didn't answer. He simply watched as Devereaux disappeared from sight. The dread settled in. A prisoner began to hum the haunting melody of Pastime with Good Company, which is a real song back in the day, drifting through the dungeon. One by one, voices of other prisoners joined in, filling the cold, damp walls with an ominous hymn of fate. Pastime with good company, da 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 da. You know what? I bet I could play Pastime with Good Company and it won't be a copyright strike. But I guess whoever sings it might. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna risk it. God, I hate copyright stuff. I just want to share my information with you guys. Why my sub does not automatically work, I have no idea. What do you mean, Mookie? What's happening exactly? Also, it's spelled like this, Pastime with Good Company. Is the song that I have the prisoners sing in like a kind of haunting way, a cappella, you know? I don't know, I just kind of pictured this would be like a fun, I don't know, I just thought it would be fun. A prisoner began to hum the haunting melody of Pastime with Good Company, drifting through the dungeon. One by one, voices of other prisoners joined in, filling the cold, damp walls with an ominous hymn of fate. Pastime with good company, I love and shall until I die. Grudge who list, but none deny. So God be pleased, thus live will I. Thomas clenched his fist as the voices grew louder. For my pastance, hunt, sing, and dance. My heart is set, all goodly sport, for my comfort. Who shall me let He pressed his hands against his ears, but the song only swelled. The song rang out from the walls of Newgate and dissipated into the night air. Company with honesty is virtue vices to flee. Company is good and ill, but eerie man hath his free will. The best ensue, the worst eschew. My mind shall be virtue to use, vice to refuse. Thus shall I use me. At dawn, a loud clang startled Thomas awake, and the first light of morning seeped into the stone corridors. The gaoler, flanked by a stern-looking guard, unlocked and stepped into Thomas's cell. Arise, executioner. Thy audience awaits. Thomas sat up, rubbing the dark circles under his eyes. He would not leave these walls as a free man, not until he had taken a life. Okay. Doing good. Still like the way that ends. We are moving through these notes. I've got about 11 minutes left before we take a break and then move on to the digital writer's room. What chapter was that? 11, right? Yeah. 12, Hello, Death. Okay, this is one of those chapters where we actually don't switch perspectives. We bounced around from Devereux to Thomas to Devereux to Thomas to Catherine to Thomas to Devereux to Thomas. Here we hang with Thomas. It is a purposeful choice. Right now, whatever Devereux could possibly be doing would only slow down the pace. He's under house arrest, and he's mostly planning and plotting, and it's really hard to find a realistic way for Devereux to be taking action. And although they shared the scene from Thomas's perspective, Devereux was still taking action. So it is still kind of okay to stick with Thomas, follow the story, follow the action. That's the route we're taking. So chapter 12. Hello, Death. Thomas sat at the long wooden table, his hands wrapped around a tin goblet of water. It was the first clean drink he'd had in days, the first hot meal since his sentencing. The broth was thick with meat and root vegetables, steam waving into his nostrils. He should have been grateful. Instead, his stomach churned. Across from him, the gaoler watched, his boots planted firmly, arms crossed. The man that once was his guard had now become his handler, his watcher. Thomas wasn't free, only transferred from one prison to another. The axe, the gaoler grunted, nodding toward the weapon placed beside the table. Thomas didn't touch it. It was a massive thing, heavier than it looked. The broad iron blade, honed to a wicked edge, gleamed in the torchlight. The handle was thick, made for hands stronger than his, a headsman's axe. The gaoler sat across from him, eyes narrowing. Ye eat, ye drink, ye take up the axe. This is thy life now. Thomas swallowed his broth. He had chosen this, chosen it over death, but was it truly a choice? A servant entered carrying a bundle of black. This kind of bothers me. When I think about it, it's kind of the whole crux of the book. Would you kill to prevent? Would you kill to not be killed? Is that even a choice that you have to make? Like, yeah, okay, it stands. If it allows me to ask that and think about it, I don't know. Hopefully that's a place in the book where a reader will stop and think, what would I do? What would I have done? Is it a choice when you're threatened with your life? A servant entered carrying a bundle of black garments. He unrolled them neatly across the table, a tunic, breeches, gloves, and a hood. Thomas's breath caught in his throat. Don't need that. He had seen an executioner's garb before. He had watched a man in similar dark robes carry out justice on the scaffold. The hood was simple, meant to conceal identity, but its presence alone set Thomas's pulse racing. He glanced toward the gallows. And what if I refuse? The man smirked. Then we returned to the original arrangement, the gallows at dawn. Thomas let watch this. And smirked. He smiled. Because the whole thing is that they don't have an executioner to do this. This is true. This is a real part of history. They didn't have anyone to kill the condemned, so they took a condemned, commuted their sentence, so they would have somebody to kill everybody else. And the smile here is indicating that I'll find a way to do it. I'll do it myself. You know, like, you're not getting out of this. Eventually it is going to happen, whether it is this Galler or somebody else. Thomas let the silence stretch, let the weight of the moment settle into his bones. He reached forward, fingers grazing the fabric of the tunic. It was heavier than he expected. He had been cold for days, but now he burned. 2 guards led Thomas out of the chamber and into a walled-off yard. Thomas's eyes adjusted to the dull gray light. The training area was grim. A wooden block sat in the center, stained dark from years of use. A sandbag hung from a post, swaying slightly. Swaying slightly is too much, just swaying in the cold breeze. A second bag lay beside the block, a pig carcass propped up against it. A man stood waiting. "You'll be needing practice," the Galler muttered. "The axe must not falter." Thomas barely nodded as the man gestured toward the hanging sandbag. "Strike it," the man ordered with force. Thomas gripped the handle, struggling to balance its weight in his hands. He lifted it high and swung, the blade striking down with a dull thud. The sandbag jerked, but did not split. The Galler scoffed. "Too soft, again." Thomas set his jaw and swung harder. This time, the bag split open, sand spilling onto the dirt. "Better, better," the Galler admitted. The Goaler. He then pointed to the pig carcass. "Now strike something closer to flesh. You must learn what it is to cut through meat and bone." "Hey, Occult Aesthetica. Don't you worry. It happens later. I got you covered." I promise. He messes up when it counts the most, and it's a horrific sight. Yeah. But glad to have you here. First time in the chat. Welcome. I hope you're liking it. I know it's weird to come in the middle of a novel and stuff like that, but happy to have you. Also, I'm only doing like 4 more minutes of live writing, and then I go on like a 10-minute hydration break, which everybody should do. If you're not hydrating, you should be. And then when we come back, we're going to do some punch-ups from last week's work from our digital writer's room. Okay, so Occult Aesthetica says, "I haven't written in forever, but I used to be working on a novel and other stuff myself, so I like jumping in the middle of the chaos." Excellent. So you know, you get it. You got it. Well, happy to have you here. Thank you so much. Also, at the top of the chat, I've pinned my YouTube channel. If you ever want to go like and subscribe, you can also go back and watch other live writing sessions saved under the live section where all of these streams get saved. And I also have longer YouTube content and little shorts and stuff like that if you're interested. But I appreciate every like and follow and stuff. Oh, you used to teach workshops? That's amazing. Fantastic. That's so cool. All right. Well, let's keep going. You must learn what it is to cut through meat and bone. Thomas hesitated, but the Galler's gaze was firm. No turning back now, headsman, unless you'd rather the rope. Thomas stepped forward, raised the axe, and brought it down. The blade bit deep, sending a shudder through his arms. Blood seeped from the wound, staining the ground beneath. This was not practice. This was preparation for murder. The warden arrived and led Thomas down a narrow corridor, the walls seemingly closing in around him. Get rid of this LY. The walls closing in around them, the weight of the axe in his hand felt unnatural, too heavy, too real. Each step he took was a slow, deliberate reminder of the ensuing morning's violence. He stopped when the warden did, just outside a thick, iron-barreled cell. Inside, a man sat on the straw-covered floor, hands shackled, his back resting lazily against the wall. He didn't stir at first, but when the warden rattled the keys at his belt, the prisoner lifted his head. It was him, the highwayman who had snarled and kicked at Devereaux's it's not Devereaux's cell bar. That's a misplaced modifier. Just kicked at Devereaux the day before. Let's see. I have a V stupid comment. Lots of Thomas paragraph starts. Yeah, you're right. Doesn't matter really, but a later thing really. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. Definitely will keep polishing. This is maybe the, oh, you could see it up here at the top, like fourth draft in. All of the big heavy lifting has been done as far as like structure, character arcs, stuff like that. Now we're kind of in the persnickety little phase, pacing and stuff like that. Yeah, thank you so much, Nicole. I appreciate it. And yeah, Devereaux is a fun name, and it's a real name. Historical fiction. This person lived a real life. His name is Robert Devereaux, a famous insurrectionist who ended up appointing an executioner. He ended up appointing a prisoner who was going to be executed, commuting their sentence so he could become executioner, and then ended up having to execute Thomas Devereaux after a failed insurrection, which is kind of what the story is based on. Also, it is 3 o'clock. It's that time for a hydration break. Yeah, it is kind of an old world name. It actually reminded me of Detroiters. I don't know if you guys ever watched Detroiters on Netflix, the Tim Robinson show with Sam, from Veep. I forget his last name. Sam Robin? No, wait, Sam Richardson. Thank you. We have a company that does commercials, local commercials, and they make one for a wig maker, and it's Devereaux Wigs, and it's just somebody riding on a horse going, Devereaux. And now I think of that a lot. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, but boom, Thomas. So let's do a quick fix right now. I'll give that a he. Thomas set his jaw. I'll just do a ing setting his jaw. And oh wait, no. Setting his jaw, comma. He swung harder. And then we have stepping forward. He raised the axe. There we go. All right. Thank you for that. Now, here's what I normally do. Thank you, Occult Aesthetica. Unless you'd rather the rope, something like that. Preparation for murder. Narrow corridor. The prisoner lifted his head. Okay, so what I do here is I'll just put this little thing, I call it my edit line. This is where I stopped editing my draft. So whenever I come back, I know exactly where I'm going to jump in. And I'm a little past the break time. It's 3:03 right now. I'm going to go ahead and save my document. Always save your documents. I'm going to check the chat, and then we're going to take a little hydration bathroom break, and I'll be back in 10 minutes. And then we are going to do our digital writer's room. Okay, so, madam, come over here to the Devereaux. Yeah. Even a quick flop could fix. Thomas ate the dog, eating the dog, Thomas. Yeah, perfect. Save early, save often. Yeah, I think you'll see that I wasn't looking at the chat, but I kind of used your fix, right? That's a great fix for anybody else. Also, thank you for pointing that stuff out. You know, we get so myopic, we get so inside of our own stories that it's hard to take a step back and see the greater picture. But then Occult comes in, the fresh eye, and notices a bunch of paragraphs starting with Thomas. Hydron Alexander, Hydron Xander. Welcome to the chat. Be sure to like and subscribe. Also, I've pinned my YouTube channel up to the top if you want to go and look. What the story is about is it is about a footnote in history. There is a real person in history. His name was Thomas Derrick. He was sentenced to die and then took the role of executioner to get his sentence commuted, and then ended up having to put to death the very person who commuted his sentence, Robert Devereaux, after a failed coup attempt on Elizabeth I's council and reign. And what I've done is I've taken a little creative liberty to just have my own historical fiction novel. He was a footnote in history, but I think he had a really interesting life, so I dug up absolutely everything I could find on him, and then crafted a narrative around it in screenplay form, and it's about 120 pages, and I just realized that I wasn't done with the story, and that I wanted to do something a little bit more in-depth, a little longer, that really dove into history and the time period. So I actually did the reverse of what most people do. I turned the screenplay into its novel form, which we're currently editing. So I hope you enjoy it. But like I said, y'all, it is time. Oh, Gabe, you're in there banning Springy Spooks. Thank you. I didn't even see it pop up. But it is that time for that hydration break. Like I said, it's bathroom time, guys. Go use the restroom. Go get some water. Go pet your pets. Have some coffee. And we're going to be back in about 10 minutes, okay? Here we go.
Hey everybody, let's take a break. Get up and stretch your legs. Give your pet a scratch, drink some water. I'll be right back in about 10 minutes or so.
So at this point, I don't care.
the break is done. I hope you had some fun. I'm feeling great, can't procrastinate, cause I should be writing, so let's get back to the
I love that little puppet. Hi everybody, welcome back, welcome back. So what you are seeing here is our digital writers board from the previous live stream that we did about 2 weeks ago. Took a week off from for the holidays and such. But let's go ahead and investigate what we did. Let's talk about what we did. We are writing, excuse me, in Freeform. It's one of my favorite tools that kind of came with these Apple updates, software updates. It's like an infinite whiteboard. Let me go ahead and zoom in a little bit before we bring up our final draft. So we had a bunch of ideas that we narrowed down into one idea. Okay. We ended up making it a sci-fi drama a la Black Mirror, Twilight Zone. Oh, now I remember it. I literally didn't know what I was going to be writing today until I pulled it up. It's a 5-page short, 5 pages or less. One main character. We have a little outline going. Act 1, a mystery of a man overly familiar with a rental home unpacks a bag of equipment for digging. They have to stop their father's death with something. Oh, right, yeah, discovers time capsule while burying a pet hamster. Kid is named after the grandfather. Act 2, discovers the time capsule is from 20 years in the future, has to open it without destroying what's inside, has father's watch maybe. We have some notes over here. If the time capsule is from 20 years in the future, how does he know where to dig for it now? We solved it. It just happened to be happenstance about the pet hamster. So, by accident, looking for his own... Oh, yeah. Grandparents had a time capsule. What's inside? Something grandfather couldn't bring with him to the future. What the father needed to survive time travel. A time travel device could be it. This is our log line, which I should actually put up here just for clarity. This is our story. A man digging for his 20-year-old time capsule discovers a time capsule from 20 years in the future. Okay, so we went through a couple different amalgamations of what this actually could be. We wrote something as well. Let me go ahead and find that, pull that up. Also, if you find the, we called it Future Father, just for lack of a better something title. Also, if you get bored with me, you can watch my wife play Dinkum on the TV behind me. It's Australia's version of Answer to Animal Crossing, and it's so cute. Okay, let me go ahead and pull up our script that we were writing, and then we're going to start punching some stuff up. We have some things to talk about. We need to start making some very clear decisions, okay? Give me one moment. Pull up my final draft. Okay, so that's why we had it all shrunk down. We have a lot of stuff to fit on our screen here. Also, man, if I had my druthers, I would be a multi-screen writer. I could easily do 4. 3 would be nice, 4 would be a luxury. Aussies would name a game Dinkum. You're right. Absolutely they would. And it's fun, because I'm like, oh, you're dinking around, or I don't know. Dink is just a fun word to say. And it's compelling, right? Like, what's she cooking right now? Char a lime? That's pretty cool. Okay. But let's see what we wrote last week, too. We've named the father Julian, and we made that informed decision because Julian is kind of a name that means father figure. We did not name the child, I guess. We called him David here, though. Dad, I see that. So we kind of went basic with that. While burying his child's dead hamster, a father finds a time capsule from 20 years, I guess, in the ground, revealing that his father, a time traveler, left him in the past so he could have a good life before the future turned tragic. Okay, so those were not in our notes. Those are something that we came up with on the day as we were like working through the notes. Let's see, Act 2, Fun and Games. How do I open the capsule? Answering the kids' questions about the grandfather ends with opening of the capsule, right? Like break into 3 reveals the truth. Reconciles with the truth and faces the question of whether or not to time travel himself. The reveal that we are in the near past and the events unfold in 2026. Okay, so that also tells me that the truth is disaster is coming. Maybe send his own son back in time? Like, is it just a series of fathers saving their children by sending them back into the near future so they can keep having like a good, happy, healthy life right before the end? That's kind of compelling too, because the thing that makes somebody, you know, like the sins of the father become the sons kind of a situation. So if it's like a perpetual cycle, that says something about like intergenerational trauma, or it could very easily be a metaphor or a substitute for something intergenerational. So I like the idea that maybe the father wasn't necessarily a time traveler or was a time traveler, but each father, there's some stakes. I want to even say each father has to decide to whether or not to send their own son into the past to keep living a life before disaster. And then this could also be about the theme that is emerging is the breaking of the cycle, right? Okay. So is anybody in the chat here from the original writer's room where we came up with this? Mookie Scrolls, I think you were out for a little while. Amanda Buys Games, hello, as well as and Rhapsody is low-key cool. Meowtha's always lurking. Appreciate you. Miss Shadow 69. I forget Suanova. Hey, got some new people in the chat. If you want to lurk and see how the writer's room works, that's totally cool. Just know that we're in the second phase of it. Also, in the chat, pinned to the top is my YouTube channel. So you can literally go back, and if you don't want to watch the whole thing, I get it. Who has 5 hours? But towards the end, whenever you start to see the whiteboard come up in the video, just know you can actually go back and revisit how we got here. You can check out the old Writer's Room video to see all the polls that we took, all the ideas that were pitched, what was the most interesting to the group, and how we workshopped it and distilled it down. At some point, somebody was like, hey, we have 5 minutes left. You're not going to write anything of substance in 5 minutes. And the truth is, you're right. That's why we keep going. That's why we're having a part 2 today. Sometimes you can't get it all done, and you just have to do it some other time. Mookie says, making David the kid and the grandfather as being the same person could cause my brain to shatter. I don't think we want to make David the grandfather, do we? How would that work, I guess? Like I am my own grandson, father? I was just thinking, I wonder if there's something about like sheltering too, like ooh. There's something about sheltering. Let me go ahead and write that. There's a theme. Breaking the cycle, sheltering. We shelter our kids. We also shelter from disaster / like nuclear fallout, right? There's something in that too. Well, we haven't decided yet, guys. So if everybody's brains are starting to hurt, let's always go back to the outline. We have the setup, the inciting incident, the catalyst debate. We know that that belongs in here, but those are just generic words. Let's start filling it out, right? Like Dad picks a place to bury Chester. It's a time capsule. Cleans up. Time capsule. And notices its futuristic qualities. Notices his father's name on the family. Notices the family name on the time capsule. And then setup is Dad explains to son, grandfather left us when I was a kid. And I think the truth could be, I'm just going to put like possible twist here. Grandfather never left. He sent son back in time. Right? And so maybe there's something sweet to that, right? We're not, unlike the other writers' rooms where we're not really writing a comedy. We're just trying to write a short, poignant story. We're thinking about it in 5 pages or less is kind of the goal. We know the things that we have to accomplish. We have to find the time capsule. We have to set up the relationship between the father and the missing grandfather as told to the son. And we need to set up the stakes here. So maybe 2 isn't quite, maybe the stakes are, whoops. Oh shit. Maybe the stakes are, reveals the truth, disaster is coming. Reconciles with the truth. Is actually part of Act 2, right? That is still fun. What do I do? face the question of whether or not to time travel himself. That still seems like an Act 2 debate. Instead of himself, his son. And then we can reveal that your past. No, I think everything that says Act 3 is actually Act 2. And it's really about what a father does. Like, has to decide whether or not to live without his son. Prevent tragedy, or decides to break the cycle of being without a father, and they will endure future together. Also, does the son get a say in this? Okay. All right, y'all. We have to talk through something. Any plot holes? The first plot hole that I think is if you send this kid back in time, who the F is gonna raise him, right? And we could set that up. We can set that up in Act 1, like how the ways in which the grandfather left David. Like, I was really little, I don't really remember much, but I just remember waking up one day, or I just remember my grandmother was taking care of me, and yeah, who takes care of the young boy? You go back in the past, and that would mean that technically the boy's grandparents gotta be older than the father. Hold on. You know what? Let me sketch this out, because I don't quite get it myself. Okay. I have to visualize this. I'm going to journal. I'm going to use some blank pages. I'm going to draw it out because that's the kind of person that I am. Hope you don't mind. And if you do, oh well. Yeah, please. Oh God, I wish I could put the Charlie Day meme in here. It would be fantastic. So let's just use present day for example. All right, so we have, let's say it's 2025. Let's say you send somebody back. Let's just make the math easy. 20 years. Would put it in 2005. And then maybe 2045. So let's keep dealing with the rule of 20s as the future. So present, future, past, 20-year differences. Okay, so in the present, we have Julian, father, David, son. In the future, we have disaster. Julian traveled from 2045 as a boy to, let's say, 2005. Was raised through 2005 by So here's the thing, if you're traveling into the past, Julian doesn't know. Oh shit, I do have. Dude, I'm doing this and I have a whiteboard. I'm doing this and I have a whiteboard that I can show you guys. I'm so dumb. Oh my god. We should be working this out together. I shouldn't be doing this off screen. That's so stupid. Mook, you're a genius. Thank you so much. Like a community one, Mook? Oh, yeah. I mean, that would be kind of cool. Okay, so check it out. Let's do this. So we have 2005, ostensibly the past. We have 2025, present. We have 2045. It's 20 years into the future. Okay, so let me make all of this larger so it's easier to read. Bold it up. Oops. Okay. Left justify all this stuff, please. Thank you. Okay, so we know in the future that Julian, as a boy, was sent back to the past. Also, Julian as a boy was raised to like, and this is just a rough, we can always change the years, please. I'm just trying to do something basic that's easy to follow. So let's say, you know, at 20 years old, he had a kid. So sorry, Julian, but you couldn't hold it in. All right, so let's do Julian as a father, David as a son. Almost makes me think, well, this is why we have it, but 95, 85. Far past. Maybe Julian was sent to, so boy. And maybe this is where David will go. Okay. Wait. Mookie might have an idea here. Make the kid be adopted. The grandfather is the kid. The grandfather sends himself back in time to relive a moment, make it a loop that lasts forever. Okay. You're talking about David. David is adopted. The grandfather is sent. Oh shit. Something like that? Is that better? Let me see. Oh shit. Okay. Ugh. Okay. Does that do it? Let me see. Oh no, there's a delay, so I'm trying to fix it. Okay, okay. Can everybody see now? Okay, that's all I was trying to do. Okay, there we go. So, what you're saying is, thank you. What you're saying is David is adopted. So David sends himself to... So wait, that means that Julian has been raising his own father, correct? That's the deal. That's the deal, huh? So it means Julian's been raising his own father. That means that in the far future, so we could even say even further in the future, well, let's say David's like, oh geez, I don't know, how old's a kid when you have a pet hamster? Do we give this kid an age? I would love to give this kid an age to make it a little more clear. Julian, David 10, we called him 10. Okay, so 10. So if he's 10 in 2025, okay, so he'll be in his 30s as a young man in the future, perhaps with access to time travel. Julian is the first adult we meet. Correct, yes. We only see Julian first, right? So, Julian is with his grandfather's son, David. This is what the writer's room is for, by the way. It's not just me figuring this out. If you guys are snarking or rolling your eyes, pitch. This is like live creation, right? It's not supposed to be perfect. It's supposed to be messy. We're supposed to be getting our hands dirty, messing around, moving stuff around, and then making it work, sculpting it into something. So I know Mookie's on fire, Scrolly definitely helping out, but anybody else interested, participate, get in there. The reason that I even do these is because I'm just trying to show how unintimidating a writer's room really is. It's just a bunch of people like us who want to write good stories, just kicking around ideas and going, but no, what about, no, what about? A lot of writing is talking, is debate. So if you haven't jumped in and you want to say something, do it, please. But this is kind of shaping up to where future Julian, as a man, sends himself back in time to let's see. So if David is 10 here, right? Then what we're really talking about is 95 sends himself back in time to 1995 to be adopted by Julian and fam, right? And then we meet David. Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. Because then Julian would be an adult. In 1995. If we're thinking about like the drawing an arrow, right? Let me show the... Somewhere here are the connecting pieces. But what we're really saying is that the inflection point is that here in the present, you have to make a decision. Julian, the father, has to choose to send David back as a son. The time capsule is maybe from Julian, sorry. That would be David there. It's all messed up. Okay. So, time capsule to warn of future events. Okay, so what we're going to do is in 2025, we're going to discover the 2045 time capsule. That's a warning saying, hey, things are about to go south. You have to make a choice. You can send your son back to the past, which would mean Julian is also a boy, and then David would be 10 in 1995. Meaning that in the present, he would be. So how could that be possible? I don't know that this works out without some sort of Deus Ex Machina. Unless it's just a cycle of people adopting kids. It kind of makes me think that the adoption thing is a little less strong. But we're getting to the end of a time where these families are butting up against the end of time. This natural disaster ends. The world is a livable habitat as we know it. And your only choice to keep living on Earth and like having a life is to do this time travel thing where you send someone back. And then once again, you send somebody back who takes care of the person. That's where the adoption thing came in. But then you have a kid growing up to be a father who ostensibly knows about said time capsule from his own experience. If we keep sending people back into the past, the question is, one father has to, then who buries the time capsule, right? So if we have two people, it's one person's job. There's some stakes right there. The stakes are one person gets to go back and live. The other must continue, bury the capsule, and die. Yo. It's crazy, right? How are we thinking? What's going on? My writers, what's going through your minds right now? You guys think this will work? You guys see a way through it? Scroll Soul said, if the dad chooses wrong, then the cycle is broken and the dad wouldn't exist, right? Okay, so yeah, if the dad does not send the child back into the past and stay behind to rebury the capsule, then there is or stick around for the future to get whatever equipment it takes to time travel, then yeah, then everybody dies. Then the son and the father die. They have to kind of endure the tragedy together as opposed to be apart. It almost makes me think like at this point, it might be nice to have three characters, like a mom, a dad, and their only son or only child or whatever. Like, why is this all on the father? And if it has something to do with adoption. Mother, maybe? I don't know. So it's almost like not a mystery, but it's almost like a rite of passage. And that's okay to let ideas evolve. Right? We've taken the thing that has become the mystery and turned it into a rite of passage. Mookie says, maybe forget about the people traveling through time. The story starts off 20 years ago. Julian and David are where? David is adopted only if it helps the story. They find the box. The box offers a warning. David and Julian must work together to change a wrong. Once the wrong is changed, the message in the box changes, telling them that they did well. Okay, so let's go back to our original idea. A man digging for his 20-year-old time capsule discovers a capsule from 20 years in the future. Okay, so what we have is like, what you're proposing, Mook, is basically another outline of a kind of a new story, which I'm not mad at all. But, whoops. But, how does the time travel method work? It doesn't matter. Scrolls. It's going to be something that unfolds. You could get in, press a button, zap, you're gone. You know, it's at this point it's sci-fi. We don't know what the technology is going to be in the future. All we need to know is that it will work and that it could probably only take one person, which would be, which would create the stakes, right? Like, it wouldn't be drama without conflict. And what I like about the idea of being able to send one person back is the ability to choose. This dad could live on. What happens if the dad lives on in the past? If the dad sends himself back to the past and like leaves his kid for environmental disaster and like, sorry, you know, adios, David. We haven't actually toyed with the unlikely scenario, which would be that that would be that he kind of goes back to the past. He could help raise himself. He could be David. He could say that he's David's grandpa this entire time. We got to throw all the creative spaghetti at the wall and figure out what's the most interesting and compelling story. But with Mookie's, the time travel stories are rough enough without it being 5 pages, LOL, but I have faith. I agree. But this is the one that we democratically voted on, right? And what I would like to do is at least stick to the original premise, being that a man digging for his 20-year-old time capsule discovers the time capsule from 20 years in the future. Now, we can always pivot, right? We are still spitballing. Is this the strongest idea of this whole send somebody back, be your own granddad thing? Here's what I'll say. When it comes to ideas like this, don't let yourself cul-de-sac. It's okay to go down a road as long as you come back up the road. this is not the only idea, right? We can still keep pitching. If this is becoming too complicated, too convoluted for the premise that we have set out to accomplish, we can nix it. We have that power. We can give ourselves permission to be like, actually, that's getting too complicated, and getting into the exposition ruins the relationship and the character. If that's the justification, I'm okay with going back to something else. Let's go back to the drawing board. Unless anybody has like something that will save it, I don't know. But let's see. Let's go back to the outline. Mystery man, overly familiar with a rental home, unpacks a bag of equipment for digging. They discover a capsule while burying a pet hamster. They have to stop the father's death. Discovers the capsule's from 20 years in the future. Has to open it without destroying what's inside. His father's watch. Okay, here's something about this. This makes me think that there is a son who was abandoned in his present day and discovers a time capsule and realizes that his dad left the present for the future to try and prevent something from happening, or left the present for the past and indeed stopped something terrible from happening so his son could live a long and full life. And in doing so, he realizes his father sacrificed their time growing up together in order for him to breathe clean air, or, not have the world flood from global warming or whatever it may be. Like, what would happen if your dad was the guy who time traveled to stop JFK's assassination or something to that effect? Maybe it's almost a redeeming quality of this guy who goes back home, finds the time capsule, who has held all his resentment for his dad who left his family so long ago, and then finds the time capsule of future events that are actually the present day. Like, this time capsule says that these events happened 2 years ago. They have newspapers from 2 years ago. The very, very recent past, if not actually today, that seem to have never happened because in that future, in that timeline, whatever, JFK was never assassinated, or global warming was stopped, or something like that. And then what if it's the son like realizing that the father did leave for a good reason, and then there's like a nice like little sweet message behind. Would that be something? How does the writer's room feel about that? It seems a little sweeter. It seems less like it's less character involvement. And we kind of stick around in one time without having to travel anywhere, and just kind of reveal a mystery. The character has an arc. I spent a lot of time resenting my father. I found this thing. It reveals the truth. And now I don't resent him so much, if at all, because he left me this sweet little message about how he looks forward to me having a future. Something like that. Anybody? I'll wait. I'll wait for the chat to light up. Don't worry about the conciseness, Mook. You're putting the cart before the horse. We just need to get an idea that makes sense, feels good, and then we edit together. We'll figure it out together. Don't let the fear of the future stop you from writing now, right? Okay, so Mookie likes it. Okay, we know that this is crazy and is really hard. It doesn't work. Let me see. Scroll Soul says this one's a bit of a twisted gamble, but let's say the decision is chosen for the father to go back in time. Then we are shown a shot of the backyard with a happy family playing, but it isn't Julian and David, it's some other family, though the signs of the end are not showing anymore. Neither is the existence of Julian's family. I see. So it would be like, well, that would be if Julian traveled back, right? So if he travels back and he doesn't have David, then that means that he basically abandoned his kid for the future, or he goes back to the past and lives it again. Like, is he also still in the, like, are there two Julians in the past as well? Does he stop himself from, like, having a son so he doesn't have to make the sacrifice anymore? That's an option we haven't really explored. And I love what Scrolly did there, which was like, you have to be vocal, you have to put some ideas out, and sometimes they spin off and create new ideas. Let's see. So Scroll Soul says Julian went back in time and prevented whatever the end of the world's catalyst is, but the butterfly effect changed the circumstances. He ended up ruining his own existence in the process, but it's another paradox. Right, yeah. And then we have to create laws around, do we have two Julians simultaneously existing in the past? Maybe it's something that Grandpa couldn't will himself to do to keep the family. Maybe. But here's what I'm saying, because you're even putting it in your own words, but you said it's another paradox. We said it out loud. It's another paradox. And I want to try and get out of the paradoxes, because our goal is to tell a clean, simple story, sci-fi, mystery. It could have a little flair, it could have a little twist. But what's the simplest, most streamlined version of the story? How do we tell this with one person in one location and still make it compelling? I still like the idea of a man who is overly familiar with a rental home, like an Airbnb, unpacks a bag of equipment for digging. I think that's really cool. Like, this home is not his own, but he knows exactly where everything is. He could do that in actions, and he goes back to the yard and he starts digging. However, you know what? That's just a cool action. It's not story, it's not character, it's not relationship. Okay, does anybody else have any other pitches? Because part of me thinks that we should give let's do this. I didn't catch your idea, Derek. I ADHD'd out. I don't know which part you ADHD'd out on, but I was thinking maybe one of the cleaner ways to tell this story straight down the line is that we just have a story of a man who is who's not disenfranchised, but has resentment against his father who left him a long time ago. He is going to dig up what he thinks is a time capsule from 20 years in the past, but it's not 20 years in the past, and it's not 20 years in the future. The time capsule actually contains newspapers and clippings and recordings and evidence from today's date, the present day's date. Well, how did something that was buried in a yard 20 years ago as this fresh sod covered over it and grass growing and trees around it, undisturbed or whatever it is, how did it get today's date? And also the news is wrong. This news, these newspaper clippings, this stuff is about environmental disaster, or nuclear reactor melts down and poisons the air, and everybody seeks shelter immediately, and Earth now expected to be uninhabitable within days or something like that. And then like a note from the father, and then evidence of the father's time travel going back to prevent said disaster. This guy could have resentment for his father not being around, but also could think that his father perished at a work incident. Little did he know that maybe his father was proactive in like getting a job at the place that had the disaster and preventing it from happening, like his brilliant scientist father, something like that. I hope he didn't ADHD out over that, but that was kind of my goings on. I wonder if we couldn't make that into 5 pages. We could throw an extra character in there to bounce the exposition off of, so it isn't all just silence and brooding. Scrolls wrote it down this time. Here's what I was going to do. I was going to rewrite these acts here to show the idea, because I think we already know this is too convoluted. Everything happens in 3 acts. Let's redefine it with that new idea and see if that one works. It could not be the one, right? Man, rents, air, B&B, old house, childhood house. From strangers. Uses digging equipment to find time capsule in their backyard. Maybe they're the secondary character. You know, what are you doing? 10. My dad buried this. He died years ago in a work accident kind of a situation. Two, capsule is opened. The evidence reveals time travel narrative. And a science lab. Let's make it sci-fi, right? Then creative one for the win with a pun. I love it. Suanova, hey, welcome to the first time chat. Excellent, excellent. Thank you for participating or just showing up. I really appreciate it. The capsule is open. The capsule is open. The evidence reveals the time travel narrative. Today's date, but different news. One that reveal catastrophe. Lab explosion. Poisoned air. Earth to become uninhabitable within days. In the coming years. Time travel equipment. Under everything is a note to the man from his father. He and the strangers read it. And then maybe there's some sort of twist that we can get there. Something like that. Yeah. Oh, excellent, excellent. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. I do. All right, less than an hour, y'all. Do we want to try and write this Act 1, Act 2, Act 3? Well, how's everybody feeling about where we are? You know how I love to do polls. I might do a poll. How does everyone like the story now? I'll say, nah, keep trying. Or, yeah, write that. Three minutes. I'm going to allow additional votes because sometimes we don't get enough. No, I won't, actually. Let's do it. Let's start the poll. You know how much I love polls. Well, then you would have a free space because you know I love them. Oh, that's weird to say when you think about out of context. I think 3, but only one main character. I think they might come in at the beginning, and I think they're going to bookend it. I think the stranger's renting the Airbnb. Or stranger. We can make it 2. Let's cut mercilessly. Stranger rents Airbnb to strange guy, knows where everything is. Before Airbnb guy leaves, notice the guy go out to his backyard. The guy's digging stuff up. Hey man, you know, what do you do? True. Okay, right now it's 50-50. Guys, there's also like no pressure, you know? We could start writing this and be like, dude, this sucks too. And then pivot again. Remember, we don't have to be perfect the first time. But we do have to start. Otherwise, we won't have anything to edit. If you think this is a solid foundation for a short sci-fi, then let's do it. Come on, y'all. It's 50-50. Don't feel bad. Lurkers, vote. Help us get some direction here. Excellent concern, Scroll. Yeah. What are the stakes? What are the stakes? If it's a good spine, then we can maybe create some stakes. Oh, come on, y'all. Don't leave me on 50-50. What? Come on. And Mookie's on YouTube and Twitch. Keep forgetting to check that YouTube chat. Yeah. Okay. Well, when it's 50-50, I guess that means it's my decision. And I am under the assumption that I would rather write something and then edit it versus have the blank page and nothing to fix. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. So we have our Act 1, Act 2. We don't need this child's dead hamster. Okay, that's gone. We don't have a really father. We just have Julian. We have, let's see how concise we can get it. Airbnb renter. Okay. We'll just separate our old work from the new work. Okay, so we'll just do interior, house, day. We'll call him Julian still. Julian, 30s. Steps into the kitchen. A duffel bag over his shoulder. We'll call David. Whoops. Also need to do that for Julian. David. Let's say 50s. Guides Julian through rental property. Let's see. There's a full bath upstairs. Oh, just got this plasma screen about the remote is tricky. Those new smart ones. And then we have Julian runs his hands along the counter. He kept the original marble. We'll call this house, we'll call it interior kitchen. David stops his eyebrow. Well, yeah. How do you know that? Let's have Julian change the subject. Points. Points off screen. Laundry room. I guessed it. David scratches his head and continues the tour. Okay, so we got a guy who has come in, he's familiar. We can just kind of cut, we're gonna move really fast, right? Cut to the next scene, interior, bedroom. David sits on his bed, on bed. And looks around with nostalgia. Oh wait, what's happening in the chat? The cliche stakes often for time travel, getting back to a better aimed time and satisfying the change of butterfly. Yes, but I don't think we're going to be traveling in time. I think it's like how easy can we tell this story, right? How easy can we tell this story? No time traveling, just dealing with the aftermath of time travel and how it has affected the relationship. Whoops, Julian line. What did I just tell me? David. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, David, I think I can find myself. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do instead of laundry room, you guessed it. I'm gonna take Mookie's thing here. Oh yeah. Let me show you a bedroom, and then Julian actually can manage if you gotta take off. So it won't be like David scratches his head, grabs his keys. All right. Well, all right. This will be later. He will be like a shovel. Let's get to the backyard. A few feet. How deep do we bury? Okay. So there's a few feet into the ground. Car pulls up, and the sound of a motor. I'm confusing myself. Is David or Julian the visitor doing the digging? Julian should be doing the digging. Sorry. I just forget. It's... yeah. There we go. That should clear it up. And then this... You're right, I'm just putting the wrong name. Okay, that should clear it up, right? Sorry. Okay, keep going. Julian. Okay. I'll be as good as new. I don't know how or why. Or maybe that's the line I could just cut. Let's get into it. It's seam. I watched a video, Gren. Wait, I put seam. Did I misspell it? Is it the other way? What do you mean it's seam? Hogs is a stupid joke. Mook, do you want to write the headline? It's today's date. Okay, I guess we don't need all this stuff. Boom. And if we got rid of these notes, let's see, what is this, a quarter? A little less than a quarter of a page? Oh yeah, about a quarter. To keep going. So we're about halfway through, if you think about it. Okay, let me go back to my capsules open. Evidence reveals time travel narrative, today's date, but different news, ones that reveal catastrophe. Lab explosion, poisoned air. Earth become uninhabitable in the coming years. Time travel equipment. The headlines. Lab explosion, environmental catastrophe. That way. Earth uninhabitable. It's dated this year. Must be a prank. Julian unfolds the last newspaper clipping. The headline. Let's see. The article. Physicist to blame. Something like that. I mean, that's like really on the nose. Oh shit. Theoretical physicist to blame. The clipping shows Julian as a young boy standing next to his scientist father in front of the Apple tree. House. Neighbors. Top. That's strange. Is it? In all my days. Oh, no. Happened to him. So, work. Mhm. Hmm. Missed one. And pulls a note from corner, I guess. I don't know. It'd be weirder if David read it. Julie. All right, guys, we're on page 4. I don't know, how are you guys feeling about this so far? Now's the time to be poignant, Act 3, but guys, this is also supposed to be a writer's room. I would love to hear your thoughts on where everything is right now. Do you want me to read through it before we get into our Act 3? Any contributions, any fixes, any plot holes that you're seeing? Right? Let's see. I'll read through it real fast. Everybody get their pitches, thoughts in mind. We only have 20 minutes before I sign off. Okay, so interior kitchen day. Julian, 30, steps into the kitchen with a duffel bag over his shoulder. David, 50, guides Julian through the rental property. There's a full bath upstairs. Oh, just got this plasma screen, but the remote is tricky, one of those new smart ones. Julian runs his hands along the counter. He kept the original marble. David stops, raises his eyebrow. Well, yeah. Huh. Let me show you the bedroom. Actually, I can manage if you've got to take off. David scratches his head and grabs his keys. Well, all right. Interior bedroom later. Julian sits on the bed and looks around with nostalgia. He bends down and unzips the duffel bag at his feet. Reveal a shovel. Exterior backyard day. Julian is digging beside an apple tree. He's a few feet into the ground. The sound of an engine pulling up and the slam of a car door gets his attention. Sorry, I forgot to get my... David looks at his dug-up yard. What are you doing to my yard? David runs at Julian, desperate to take the shovel out of his hands. Please, I need to get something. You need to get the hell out. No, you don't understand. I left something. David pries the shovel from Julian and throws it into the hole. It strikes something metallic. They both look into the hole. If that's my water main, it's not the water main. An exterior backyard later. Julian wipes dirt from a shiny metallic capsule. David stands beside him, hands on hips. Well, I'll be. That looks good as new. Julian twists the capsule at its seam. Shrink wrapped in plastic. Oh, Mookie, I finally found out what you were talking about. Yeah, the one that I did on the It's. Yeah, I gotta pay attention to that stuff. It gets by. It sneaks by you. Shrink wrapped in plastic, artifacts spill out onto the lawn. What is it? Julian carefully removes the plastic, revealing newspaper clippings and reads the headlines. Lab explosion, environmental catastrophe, Earth to become uninhabitable. Julian runs his finger across the date. That's weird. It's dated this year. Must be a prank. Julian unfolds the last newspaper clipping, the headline, Theoretical Physicist to Blame. The clipping shows Julian as a young boy standing next to his scientist father in front of the apple tree and house he is currently in front of. Julian. That's me. And that's my dad. Right? We could say that in the action lines, but we need to define it. Also, same thing with the top here. We don't really know it's a rental property. We kind of can infer it from the dialogue, but we could be even clearer about it. Must be a prank. Julian unfolds the last newspaper clipping, theoretical. That's me, then. That's my dad. Well, that's strange, isn't it? In all my days. Probably trails off there. I never knew what happened to him. My mom said he died in an accident at work. This time capsule was the only thing he left for me. I waited. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, wait, you know what? If he died, me, how about this? It's a young man standing next to his scientist father. Well, that's me, and that's my dad. And I will take this picture. He died when I was small. Inferring that there was a past where he actually got to be with his dad. But I didn't take this picture. He died when I was small. Well, that's strange, isn't it? In all my days, I never knew what happened to him. My mom said he died in an accident at work. This time capsule was the only thing he left for me. I waited. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. He puts a hand on Julian's shoulder. You missed one. What? Yes. He is the theoretical physicist. You missed one. What? You missed one. This piece all folded up. David reaches inside the capsule and pulls a note from the corner. David unfolds the note. Okay. And then we have to write something poignant and heartbreaking, don't we? Which we can do, but how do we feel about the story that we wrote? We still have 15 minutes to have a nice little ending. Something within 5 pages. Anybody? What's going on? What's going on out there, my writer's rooms? Can I get some some vocal affirmations or disagreements. I know me Alpha, Ear Lurking, Scrolls, Mookie. Who else? Refoget, Refoge, and Miss Shadows. If you have anything, always happy to have an extra opinion. Scrolls, I'm running around a bunch of thoughts. Okay, write them down, baby. Write down those thoughts. Write down those thoughts. Love to hear them. I would love to hear your thoughts. I would love to hear your thoughts. I would love to hear your thoughts. I would want you to somehow work the apple tree into a poignant moment. Mookie, I want you to work the apple tree into a poignant moment. I love it, right? We have things that we can play with. We have the original house that he grew up in. We have the apple tree. We have the Airbnb rental guy. All of those people and places and things that we've set up could be something that we bring back into Act 3 if we use our imaginations. But I'm open to pitches, right? So don't tell me to do something with the apple tree. Pitch me an idea of what to do with the apple tree, baby. Let's think about it, right? Like, you need time to grow. So the curious thing is, how big is the apple tree in the picture? Is it a full-grown apple tree? Because that just infers that that it's not in the distant past, that they lived a life together, right? The apple tree is a signifier as to when the father, how long the father was able to still remain a father to Julian in some other time. I also like that as a title, In Some Other Time. Don't you? Isn't that kind of cool? This will be bewildering. I'm successful. You will never have known me. Playing catch. Watching you graduate. I like that. There we go. That's great, Mook. That's a great way to do it. See? Yes. Thank you, Mook. Thank you. This is what the writer's room is for. I don't think I would have done that. Or come up with it. Okay. Be gone. One thing I could think of. Remember capsule. Yes. No. Right. Okay, 5 minutes left. If we get rid of this, that puts us at 4 pages. Okay, how about that? Something like that? How's everybody thinking about the third act letter read? And then Mook's solution for tying the apple tree back into it. And like, you know, here we have an, you know, Julian's inheritance. Julian's inheritance is the world that he's currently in, left behind for him to survive in. In 4 pages. And if it's not concise enough, if the relationship feel unearned, if the emotional height feels unearned, well, guess what, guys? We have one more page of content. Now we can go into um, building tone, building atmosphere, setting up stuff. This is literally, I was going to say draft 2, but it's not even that. It's literally the rough draft of the concept, of the very first idea. It's not supposed to be great, it's just supposed to exist so we can tweak it. Now, we only have 4 minutes left, but if you guys are invested in this, we can continue to work on it for the next writer's room. But I think it headed in a good direction, and it does at least make sense. And it's a short story, but it's simple, and we know exactly what happens. We have a guy named Julian who goes back to his old childhood home to dig up a time capsule his father left for him, only to discover that the time capsule is filled with things from the present day in a different timeline. This reveals to Julian that his father at one point had to go back in time in order to save the world so Julian could continue to live in the present day as an adult man and breathe clean air and have an apple tree that even grows, right? It could be interesting if that apple tree in the picture was like wilting and dying or something like that, like in that other timeline. Maybe the effect had already started to take place, perhaps? It could be a stretch. Hello, Miss Shadow 69. Welcome. Miss Shadow, we're getting to the end of our writer's room. But what I would say is, if you've got something to say, I'd love to hear it now. I don't know if you were lurking or listening. Also, be sure to go and join the YouTube channel. Be sure to like and subscribe and all that good stuff. But if you were missing out on the Digital Writer's Room, you can see where we left off on the last one, how we got to where we are on this one, and maybe generate some ideas of how we can move forward on our third one, dealing with this particular subject. I think you just hopped in. Okay. Well, I write till 5 Pacific Standard Time. So I'm actually going to be jumping off in a few minutes. Miss Shadow 69, I'm so sorry, but I'm glad to have you in, and the content is still there for you. And I'd love to see people participate. So if you can, please do go back. Of course, if you want to just, it's your time. You do what you want. But I'm always happy to have people who know what we're working on and can come in and contribute ideas. And let's see, what am I going to do with the last minute? Let's see. Mookie says the box was not just a box, it was made of gold, so Julian got an inheritance. Clarify a bit, maybe. So it does not look like Julian's father was not a mad scientist who caused the problem. Okay. Here's the thing I want to say, though, is like money cheapens things. Like the real treasure is the shiny metallic capsule. Is that what you're talking about? The real treasure is life. The real treasure is air, clean air, and the ability to go on, existence itself. I feel like money is like a quick, good first answer, but the way to really advance a narrative, Mookie, and everybody can take this with him too, is what would your character do with the money, and then just pursue that, right? So if your character wants to buy security because they feel unsafe, then they're pursuing a sense of security, a sense of control, right? And that's a little bit more relatable than, like, I guess everybody wants money, and if it's a heist movie, it depends. Like, sure, you want the bag of money, but the compelling movies are the people who want the money because they have to buy their kids heart transplant, or they need to keep the theater open, right? Or whatever scenario the money buys. So in this case, I would just say the money is less important than the relationship and the character. And how can we be rich in relationship, and how can we be rich in character, right? This father gave up his relationship with the son so he could have an extended life on earth. If there was anything to give back, how can the father give fatherhood back? Is there a journal detailing all of the times? Is there a family scrapbook and saying, like, look, I know I wasn't there for you in this lifetime, but I attended your graduation, I taught you how to drive stick shift, and these are all the photos of some of my favorite memories with you together. To me, that is the real gold. So Juliana could have been digging for money. Well, stay away from money, stay away from money, stay away from money. But like, if there's Polaroids, so instead of pulls in envelope, David unfolds the note, unfolds a note. Then David pulls a stack of Polaroids from the envelope, hands them to Julian. Julian and his father at Julian's graduation. Julian learning to drive stick shift. This is kind of weird spacing. So now we're having almost like a photo montage, right? But it's happening in real time. Key moments of father-son relationships. Love for you guys to think of them, throw them out to me. Why is that doing that? That spacing's weird, isn't it? I don't know why it's being weird. There we go. Julian learning to drive stick shift. Oh, how about Julian swinging a bat at T-ball. Julian's father is a ref. Is a coach. Coach. Julian as a teen with shaving cream everywhere. Okay. Let's see. Shave, digging. Okay. Great. So now we have even more sentiment. Okay, I've gone past time. Writing is a discipline, starting is a discipline, but so is ending, okay? I'm going to put a pin in it. It is time. Been doing this for like 5-something hours, so I think you should understand. Helping put on a tie. Jesus Christ, right at the end? Okay. Julian's father helps tie his tie. Okay, all right, good one. Yes, it is good. Okay. So great, we got a good selection here. Fantastic. I actually like the story. Save it some other time. File, save as, save. I'm gonna save it, and then I'm gonna save as. In some other time will be the new file. Future father. It's crazy. All right, y'all. Yes, and you guys have a good week too. Happy holidays, and also I'm going to see you in 2026. It's going to be a brand new year. The possibilities are endless, and hopefully everybody has a good start to a new year. I know it's rough out there for some of us, a lot of us, but we are here together. I love our writing community. I love that you join me every week. I enjoy hearing your thoughts, and thank you so much for tolerating me while I write my stuff, and thanks for joining me while we write together. Thank you for being vocal. It's just important to have a community and stay a community, and I know it's going to be another week till I see you next Tuesday, but be sure to join the Discord, and be sure to like and subscribe to the YouTube page if you want to get more content to, get you through till the next week. I really appreciate you guys so much. It just baffles me that you guys show up every week and I get to write with you. I think you're so cool. With that being said, let's go ahead and raid somebody. Let's see. Here's a new one that I like. Raid. Her name is Ciara93. She was reading Jane Austen the other day, so I know she's very literary. I think she might be playing a video game today, but she's super cool and has a fun English accent. So with that, let's raid Ciara93, and thank you so much, and I'll see you guys next Tuesday. All right, here we go. And in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's raid!